なんて言えばいいもう何を言えばいい To you To you 交わした言葉乾いた風と遠くに It's too late to say how I feel you now I miss you You're home 見つめたいのに目を閉じた Cause I'm blind to you I just cry for you 名前のない季節の隅で遅すぎる夕泣きに演じはない You still stay in my heart I know it's over You never belong to me To me 戯れだけでごまかせていたその日々 No one's ever known 終わった愛の居場所は It's too late to say how I feel you now I miss you You're home なくさないように目を閉じて You could be my proof Promise you the moon 出口のない景色の中で大げさな約束に意味などない You still stay in my heart Cause I'm blind to you I just cry for you 名前のない季節の隅で遅すぎる夕泣きに演じはない You still stay in my heart I know it's over You never belong to me To me It's too late
Hello, everybody. My name is Notepad Add-on, and I write games for fun. But what are we doing on today? Today, we're going to be obviously doing some more Emo-Klore, emotional folklore, emotional lore. We're just going to be compiling, as you can kind of tell. So that was Kazuru's Io's, I believe that would be it. Io. That was her final song. That was literally the song she posted when she fucking graduated. So, the haunted ghost in the corner is more appropriate than we would like to admit. So, welcome back. Hello, everybody. Hopefully everyone's having a good day today. Today we're going to be doing what we've been doing and just compiling things. And because that's fun. Well, it's not fun, but I can pretend that it is because, well, I have to do that. Let's see. Let's start where we were at the dealer section. Oh boy, the dealer, the parent, actually we'll just do the dealer. Are we really going to use parent? The DL is like a leader. Actually, you know what? We're not going to use parent. We're going to use... The DL is like a referee. Is like a referee who has all the authority to make judgment. Parent is like a referee of the game and the distributor. What does it mean by distributor? Like like it's clearly trying to say something, but the referee is actually the dealer, the referee in the game, and the... I guess if you try to go into the idea, is like they're trying to say like they're the one running things, so they're the referee in the game, and the actually and the we'll change this out for narrator. I think that works. I think that's what they're trying to go for. The story, the role, the destiny, and the one that sees where it all goes. And the section contains detailed game rules with the dealer, facilitator, and the referee of the game should be aware of, as well as create tips for scenario makers. Players who want to learn about the game may also want to look through it. Hello, everybody. Starting a little bit later than what I had planned originally. Because I was shitposting. I was just rampantly shitposting in the blue server. Because business... fun fact, the business channel in the blue server makes me have a stroke daily. It's just kind of the nature of things. Like, I feel nothing but, obtuse agony anytime I post in there. And I keep posting in there because I hate myself. There's really there's no meme here. I just despise myself, and that's why I keep posting in it. I am a sad creature. Hello, magic. There we go. See, fun fact, that'll actually pop up in the video most likely tomorrow. Because for some unholy reason it popped up, but it worked really well for that particular section of the video, so it's just stayed in there. Let's see. Real and indeed, however, just like real world, many people are unaware of the existing oddities. Stories depicted in the Emo-Klore RPG. In the Emo-Klore, a scenario unfolds in which a resonator, the alter ego of the player, is involved in an incident involving a oddity. Is that the oddity? Remember that an oddity? Notepad, don't hurt yourself by looking at terrible shit challenge. Impossible. Yeah, pretty much. I'll say hello, good evening. Congrats on 200 followers. Yes, thank you very much. We hit 200. Hello, Lubu. We will not challenge you today. Are you feeling it? I'm feeling pretty alright today. Video got done a lot sooner than I thought it was going to, but but I did some work on it last night because I knew I wasn't going to be here for a few hours today, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to get it done as fast as I can. I also did a lot of, the best way I can word about it, I did a lot of weird shit with the video, and tell me if you guys like it or not. That's kind of the thing. I'm going to leave a little note there being like, do you like the little bit more here? What I'm doing mostly is I'm doing a lot more editing. There's some bits in there that are like actually like, this is edited more clearly. Let's see. Of course, I played way too much Dynasty Warriors. That's kind of the big thing, is I played way too much Dynasty Warriors. And, I played through that scenario so many goddamn times. I have like this, I have an internal joke of dash attack Jahudun. I have that like bonked into my memory as hard as possible. I believe it's 6 when they teach you how to use the dash attack. It's dash attack Jahudun, and every time it's just in my head. It's fucking Sao. It's great. Where's a Tormenta RPG review? I've debated on doing Tormenta. I have very much thought about doing Tormenta. I don't know. There's 2 things with Tormenta. I don't know where to put it, and I don't know how to quite think about it. Either I like put it in like try to put it in like its own micro case. Like, this is just RPG in Brazil, or do I try to like put it in like a Latin American case? Which could be interesting by itself, but I don't know if there's actually that many Latin American games, and I already went over one of the largest ones, otherwise known as Ioris, the greatest game known to human history. CNC's Castles and Crusades. You will like Castles and Crusades. Everybody likes Castles and Crusades now. That's just the nature of things. Let's see. Involving a oddity. Let's see. Scenarios which player confront the oddity that harms people. Scenario which the survive the threat of a capricious oddity. Would you seek the power of an oddity and solve a case caused by a deranged person? By a deranged person. Do we have a better word for deranged? I guess we can try to use I guess deranged is gonna be the word. Scenario in which you befriend and help a friendly oddity. Incidents that occur depending on the oddity. Big thing depend on. Put you. Oh my God! Why? Why? That's so terrible looking. The incidents that occur in the stories that are depicted depending on the oddity, such as those found at. Okay, we go here. Let's double check this real fast. There are a variety of incident stories of weirdness, such as strange origin incidents, but that person purchased the strange drama is born. Drama is born. We are all part of. Such as those found at the incidents occur may vary depending, such as they're depicted. There are a variety of incidents and stories depicted as weirdness. Okay, it says, and this is what it's trying to say. So it's trying to say this. So on there, and so on. Incidents that occur in stories that are depicted vary depending on the oddity. Because it's trying to put things into a different side. All right. So we do that. And so in various stories drawn from the oddity, depending on the oddity. So on, depending on the oddity. We select the oddity note here. We then do this. Depending on the oddity in any case. This is not only the one to be solved in any case, it's not the only one to be solved. The oddity. T. The oddity is the origin of the case, and when the resonating approaches the oddity, the drama is... and so on. There are various incidents and stories can be drawn by oddities. Oddities and the incidents that occur in stories are depicted depending on the oddity. The incidents that occur in the stories that are depicted vary depending on the oddity. The oddity is at the origin of the case. When it is that a person reports the oddity, a drama is born. The oddity is the case. The oddity. Oddity, the case, and the story are all part of. Actually, we're gonna do story here. We're gonna put story here and the drama here. Let's check here. Also, why are you DUWANGing Emo-Klore? Ah, okay. Let me catch everybody up. Emo-Klore is a tabletop role-playing game, and a Japanese tabletop role-playing game. It is the best way I can kind of sum it up is budget Call of Cthulhu. A very different flavor to it, though. It's a lot more about folklore, a lot more about little ghosts, and a lot more about people getting involved with it. You're not investigators, you're people drawn into a situation. The reason I'm doing this was, A, it won a vote, and I kind of found it's available for free right here. This is the website, actually. You go right here, you can actually look at Emo-Klore. It's completely available for free, so why not have it in English? The second reason that kind of spawned a lot of this, you could kind of say, was that it's a very fascinating game because it is actually somewhat in English. And I say it's somewhat in English because if I go to the YouTubes here and type in Emo-Klore, there is this and this. A year ago, someone named Index, I don't know who this person is. I don't know what they do, how they do things, but this is Index. They launched this Emo-Klore thing. I actually reached out to them. I left a comment on one of their videos and I asked, hey, can you please, do you have an English version of this game? They said, yes, we do. However, we do not play Emo-Klore by the rules. We kind of have our own way of doing things. We just call it Emo-Klore. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. All right. The other one that popped up was IO. This is an interesting story for a variety of reasons. This is Kazuru Io. She was a VTuber, and she actually is TRPG big outside the West? A bit. I'll get over that in a second. But she actually streamed this, Kisaragi Station, which is one of the biggest Emo-Klore scenarios in Japan. Emo-Klore scenarios. She streamed the entire thing with a couple other VTubers in her group. And interestingly enough, if you kind of look at some of the things here, she did her best. The final stream. She graduated, but she maybe spoke Japanese, maybe she didn't, maybe she translated a bit of it. I do not know. All I know is that on October 18th, 2021, this was uploaded. And doesn't have very many views, only 511. But she managed to create this, and that's why she is in the corner here. Notepad's so hungry for Vitusi. She's gone. She did graduate. I don't know the exact story behind it, but that's what she did. Interestingly enough, if you want to do some real number crunching, her final stream was uploaded on, let's see, October 23rd, 2021. while this stream right here came in October 9th. Legitimately less than a fucking month. She literally less than a month after this premiered, she retired effectively. She was over. So it was kind of an odd experience for me. Kind of odd, kind of strange. You don't understand, bro. I was watching this VTuber for research, bro. It's all about the Emo-Klore. You joke, but I was actually hunting down. I'm like, is there an English translation for this? Is there an English translation? I hunted around for her, and it was kind of that, like, terrifying moment. It was that kind of that sad moment, you know, me hunting around, trying to find, like, okay, where is she? What's going on? How is it? Only to kind of see, like, oh, fuck, she graduated. It's Jover, boys. Our, you know, Dragon Waifu did not make it. It is all about that emotional folklore because of Emo-Klore. Also, I like how a VTuber graduating sounds like, oh, don't worry, Bobby, Mr. Ruffles is living on a farm now. Yeah, effectively, that is quite literally how graduation works. You're going to the farm out, you know, going to the big server out on the farm, you know, in the sky. Apparently, you know how it goes. Oh, goodness. I'm sitting at a weird angle here. To answer your question, Lubu, are TTRPG big outside the West? No. In Japan, they are relatively popular, relatively speaking, in, you know, the grand scheme of things, but Japan has a very different way of... how do I want to... It's not... It's big, but it's very much its own thing. It did evolve in a very different way than Western TRPGs. Oh, goodness gracious. Hey. For generally speaking, though, China's been seeing a lot more TRPG love, but weirdly enough, it's not among guys. Guys do not play tabletop role-playing RPGs in China. It is primarily women. Those most likely West, USA, and Japan. It's, from what I've been able to gather most commonly, is the big ones are the USA, obviously. That's where, like, predominantly when people talk about the tabletop role-playing market, there. Yes, China. You have Western Europe, obviously. Eastern Europe, it's fairly popular as well, but Eastern Europe has a lot of issues when it comes to distribution. Mostly because you get things like not China, for example. You get things like in Russia, for example, where there's a lot of companies kind of competing with one another to the point where they will outright kill one. They will outright, like undermine one another, and piracy's rampant out of there. Just because you can't get some shit. Let's see. You do see a lot in Asia when we consider, like, in Asia, primarily it's Japan. But yes, China does have some... Oh, goodness gracious, sorry. China does actually have some, and it's mostly through a thing called CanCon. ConCon. Let me see if I can... I wonder if I can actually bring it up. Yeah, China-based gaming convention dedicated to fostering building friendships. Yeah, this is the China board. It's the Chinese Board Game Conference Open. You kind of see here, this is actually a big thing in China. And you kind of see some, a lot of Chinese gamers. Because the thing is, there are quite a few Chinese gamers, and apparently, what I've learned so far is apparently, like Call of Cthulhu, a lot of Japanese RPGs are very popular in China. There is at least I know for a fact there is at least 2 like tabletop role-playing games in China, made in China. One is a completely autistic Call of Cthulhu hack of Wuxia, based entirely off a single television show. Apparently, it is like 600 pages and completely autism, like just complete autism. And the others are just kind of variations of like Call of Cthulhu, because that's like very much the like big one. Does your emotional folklore is reaching his ascension to heaven? Pretty much. Like we're going to heaven, everybody. We're just a little closer to heaven. I'll see if Endorphin would be the one to yell at. He might know the name of it. I just know it exists. God, you have made such a meme of the title. A little closer to heaven. Emo-Klore DUWANG compilation. It just keeps getting bigger every time. I'm trying to really, Japan max in that regard. Again, I do believe we should just be naming every single thing like a Japanese, like Japanese light novels. Just get them larger and larger every day. Let's see. The characters are drawn to the emotions that flow through them and become resonators. How do the resonators react to the events of the scenario? How do they behave, and what happens to them? This is a story depicted in the Emo-Klore TRPG. Since we want to keep things relatively consistent. Yes, currently we actually fully translated everything. This is, mind you, 100 pages of me DUWANGing. And for those who don't know what DUWANG is, it's a blind idiot translation. I don't speak Japanese. I don't read Japanese. I do have machine translators though. And I know how to speak to the machines relatively well. Let's see. Is the scenario necessary to have a scenario? Is the scenario Does a scenario need to have an Why is COC so big in China? There's a mix. Like the thing is, people don't realize like Call of Cthulhu is like super popular because you can kind of put it anywhere. And when you have, I wouldn't say China's like a superstitious people, but there's like folklore, there's little things, and it's like, oh no, the cosmic horror of reality is coming to destroy us. Where contrasting that, if you like open up like a D&D book, it's a lot different. Where it's like, okay, we kind of know it's like the Forgotten Realm. This isn't very China-like, and that's kind of hard to gel with some people right away. Like they don't have something like we would consider like gnomes. To them, like, what the fuck is a gnome? But the other thing is Japan. Like, it is insanely popular in Japan. It is Japan's #1 RPG by far. It does beat out D&D quite easily, in fact. And it was kind of like you see a lot of the games that do well in Japan do well in China. Just because they're big. But I do know for a fact you have things like Delta Green. Delta Green got translated into Chinese. Yeah, and the thing also, wait, do Japanese light novels have the names they do for SEO? Yes. Not necessarily in the way of like what we would traditionally think of SEO, not like just like let's optimize your search engine. But think about it like this. Nothing out of... I am technically larger than India's largest D&D podcast. I am larger than India's largest D&D podcast. Southeast Asia gets a little bit weird because of the Philippines. The Philippines love tabletop games. Because the Philippines love the West. The Filipinos are the strongest race in the world, and they will not stop making shit in English. it's that's just kind of the nature of things. I mean, that's kind of it. But like in Indonesia, not really. Like if there is an Indonesian game, if there is a Indonesian TRPG, I do not know it, or the writer is from LA. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. Like you don't really see anything else. By the West, do you mean the US or the actual West? Usually when it says like the West, it's, you know, kind of, it's Europe and USA. When I kind of refer to the West. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm referring to. Yeah, no, the Filipinos do enjoy it, but how do I want to word this? I've seen only one game in Tagalog. Yeah, that's the thing. I've only seen one game in Tagalog, and that was by the guy who keeps putting everything in Tagalog and effectively made Filipino Spirit Lancer, which is just Filipino Spirit Lancer and like budget PBTA games. So my confidence is shaken. But like Middle East, nothing. Africa, nothing. Nothing really is out of there, unless you kind of count like South Africa, but South Africa's kind of cheating. Let's see. You could make an argument. There's a lot of European games that we just don't see. Now here in the USA, we just do not see. Wait, the Philippines is a real place and people live there on purpose? Live there on purpose is a very strong word. People But yeah, no, it's even in like Latin America. Like the TRPG scene in Latin America is really fascinating. Because in Brazil actually has quite a few tabletop role-playing games. Because even earlier this stream, someone mentioned Tormenta. But usually the thing you notice here, I'll bring up Tormenta just so people kind of understand that. This is the Tormenta TRPG. You kind of see there. This is Brazilian. Brazil is the third, where the paranormal order analysis. Yeah, just kind of give people the idea. Like there are places outside of the US that have tabletop games, but they're not nearly as best TTRPG in our Brazil numero uno. Yeah, it is definitely not as wrong. Yeah, it is Brazilian. Scenario in which Brad the Oddity befriends me going to the Christmas cake farm. God damn it. Risotto, no! I've debated on it. It's the thing is, what you would need is, I would need more than like the two out there that are actually translated into English. One of the only other ones that are like, when people say like update the book. It's things like that. I know there were two coming out. I can't remember the exact names. But then you get things like the Anima RPG, for example. This is Anima. This isn't South American, but this is Spanish. Anima has its history. Very long, very confusing history. Yeah, it's there are quite a few other ones that I would like to go over more games outside of the US sphere. But kind of the issue is that getting a hold of them gets a lot more complicated. And it's like I don't want to go over something that's like, hey, this is just like, this isn't a game that actually like functions properly because it's not translated at all, and I don't want to be like, oh well, oops, didn't misconstrued this one because I don't speak fucking Spanish. Oops. Oopsie doopsie. He says while translating a Japanese tabletop role-playing game. You know how it goes. Strangeness in the Emo-Klore oddities. Oh. Come on, select it. If you want to know why I'm being a little bit precise here, it is quite literally because I like being precise when it comes to these things. A general term for supernatural beings that affect human mode encompasses a wide range of presences, including ghosts, monsters, demons, fantastical creatures, urban legends, monsters, other worlds, artifacts, and deities. In other words, anything goes. Can they interact? Each oddity has different origins, personality, characteristics. First, take a quick look at the Kaiju Jiten Dictionary of Oddities. I think you will understand that anything is possible. There's only one thing in common: all oddities in this world. Oddities in this one. They affect the emotions of people involved in some way. So, different oddity to another. Concept is the story depicted in the Emo-Klore TRP. Is that the emotions of people involved will be mutated as a result and become an important element of the story. Create your own original setting for an oddity. Let's see, creating your own oddity. You can choose from the oddities. Kaiju Iten Dictionary of Oddities. You can choose from the Encyclopedia of the Weird. Dictionary of Oddities. Use myths, folklore, create your own oddity. Yeah, it gets a little bit confusing when you look at the wording, but it is, yeah. Is this the original Emo-Klore game? Well, technically, this is the latest update of Emo-Klore RPG. Let's see. Tormenta is the big one in Spain. There's a Spanish game. I don't think any of those are as big as Anima. Yes, Anima is probably the largest. With Dark Eye, biggest German TRPG. There's others, but Dark Eye is the German TRPG. Dark Eye is, how do I want to word this? The Dark Eye is kind of weird. It's not, I like, how do I want to word this? You can make an argument that it's an offshoot of something like D&D, but it's kind of like Sword World. It is clearly evolved past it. It's actually very heroic in a way. Like, that's kind of a weird way. That's kind of a weird thing about it. But like, if we do like Dark Eye RPG, I believe this one actually has an English version out. Kind of see here. Premier German role-playing game. Continuous publication for more than 30 years. It's very... heroic fantasy would be a good way of wording it. It very much does its own thing. It's very fantastical. Is fantasy RPGs usually heroic? More along the idea of like, how do I want to word this? You start in Dark Eye not necessarily as dirt farmer with a sword. You don't start as like a fighter in D&D, like a level 1 fighter in D&D where you barely know what you're doing. I would say like Dark Eye like leans toward kind of that like those mid levels. You don't have the extremes on either end. But like, yeah, you are usually already fairly heroic. You kind of see over here, like this is actually the Dark Eye 5th editions, not the 5th edition, to say 5th edition of Dark Eye. A lot more about bonds, a lot more about storytelling. It's a lot more storytelling focused. When I say like heroic fantasy, it's more. I think you probably can with one of the many books out there. But yeah, Dark Eye is a lot more. That's kind of the best way I can kind of word it, is heroic fantasy. Very, very higher fantasy than what we could kind of think of like D&D's class fantasy is. Exactly. So you're competent, but things are very dangerous and kill you. Yeah, you're not starting as like dirt farmers like in fucking Warhammer, nor are you starting out like kind of like regular dudes, and in like 2 months you're like demigods in D&D. No, like Dark Eye, you start off like pretty competent, and you just get more competent up to a certain point. Very fantastical, very a lot of relationships, a lot of role playing is a big thing in that game. I'd like to go over deeper into Dark Eye, because it's actually very interesting. I would need the thing with that one is that I would need a German, effectively, to be on, I would need a German to be on my back. What edition do I have? Let's check. What edition of Dark Eye do I have? At least I'm like 97% sure I have Dark Eye. That would be very silly if I didn't. There we go. Let's open it up. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? Here we are. Yeah, this is the most recent one, I believe. Yeah, this is 2016. I might not have the most recent version. They have an English version. The thing is, like, you don't see that many like translations of role-playing games outside their native language, only if someone else does it. Because you got to think about it like this, Lubu. A vast majority of the JTRPGs we see here in the West are fan-translated. A vast majority of them. And it might be like, well, that's kind of weird. Like, why would it be, you know, why is that? Shouldn't more companies be doing that? You would think that, wouldn't you? The problem is, it's just like, there's just no money in it. And we've seen, on this very channel, no less, we've actually seen quite a few companies, you know, who do that and fail. They fail their Kickstarters, things go wrong. It takes years for things to get done in some aspects. Looking at you, Tenra Bancho, and various, and most of Kodama, to be honest. Same name, for example, Kaiju Jiten. Jiten's name Mayoga. Here's, run away or get away with it. The main character of the game is the resonator, important player with story. Characteristics of. Yeah, like I've always tried my best to like find other things about different kind of like different parts of the world and their RPG cultures, but it's very difficult. Simply because that's just not really a thing for a lot of different countries. It really isn't, and it's not like, I'm not like saying like, man, these uncreative fuckers don't know what they're doing. No, it's just not a thing over there. Appeals to imagine, advantage of making these continuing appeals to imagine. Unless you know, you're not Japanese. You're not Japanese. There we go. Unless, you know, you're not Japanese. Which we use Career Prime. Limited skills match. For example, in a real place, you can create a fictional such as City A, or you can Or you can take the time, everyday Japanese landscape. Only flop out the images shared with players. Emo-Klore is the default setting of Emo-Klore is modern Japan. Of course, oddities. And therefore, Emo-Klore TRPG has settings for a wide variety of settings. What is the time period? What is location? It may be different from each scenario. Location setting is a guideline for creation of the resonators. Resonators so the people know what the setting is and help them visualize character's creation. Yeah, if you ever do need, like, I've been debating on doing a video on, like, JTRPGs and stuff like that. Let's see, isn't the TR also very cramped in that there's a lot of games for a small population willing to try? Yes. Like, I don't think people quite understand, like, our market is, this market is incredibly small. Like, very, very small, relatively speaking. And we would like to we would like to believe that people like branch out, and it's like we're the tabletop hobby. You know, we're the tabletop community. There really isn't a community when you say that, and people look at it and it's like, oh well, we're a big old happy family. We're not. Like, there are people who have played nothing more than 3.5, you know, D&D 3.5, and will play nothing else. Those guys are still part of the hobby space just as much as the guys who play nothing but OSR. Those are the guys who are in the same hobby space of, we'll play nothing but COC, we'll play nothing as this, something like that. Yes, we are a bunch of idiots that make niches within niches within niches, yeah. And sometimes those niches don't mingle with one another, their addition wars crop up for a reason. There are, like, getting somebody to play something new is very difficult. And that's why, like, the 5e thing has been, when you might hear me say, God, I really hate, like, I really despise, you know, 5e. I don't say to me, like, oh man, I really hate 5e because the game is bad. I say I hate 5e because of what it does. How has the hobby not self-destructed already? My brother in Christ, what, like, I'm amazed as well. It's, the thing is with the hobby space, is people think there is a hobby, but there really isn't. Yeah, I've drawn this, I've drawn this graph before. I'll draw it again, my expert graph. My top tier graph drawing abilities. Because the vast majority of the time what occurs is, let's say this is the entire tabletop game market right here. This is the full market. Let's be conservative and say this part is RPGs. All of this is just RPGs. You can even, being a little bit more conservative, I would even call it that little sliver. You know what? I'll be conservative about this and say, like, this sliver is, you know, RPGs. And the rest of this is things like board games, card games, all the Monopoly counts for board games. Monopoly sells technically the board game industry, technically the tabletop game industry sells. It's the same thing to a lot of people. But inside our little tiny little RPG sphere, D&D makes up this. This is D&D. Nothing else. This isn't, you know, a bunch of other things. No, that's just Dungeons and Dragons. This is the side industries. These are the things that directly feed into D&D. D&D is such a massive thing. It's such a massive fucking money cow that a lot of people have to play ball with it. Now, with this little sliver here, we sliver it out a little bit more. This is the side stuff. This is things like Kobold Press, for example. Kobold Press and like Pathfinder 2e reside in here. They exist because of D&D. They would not, like, Pathfinder does not exist in vacuum. Kobold Press does not exist as a company in vacuum. These are games that exist by virtue of being very closely associated with D&D. A lot of people, like the OSR industry, the old school Renaissance, you could say, really sit, like, Parkinson circle. Like, you end up with a lot of, you got the slice for games like Traveler and COC. No, it's there. You see it right there. A vast majority of those people feed D&D directly, but they are their own independent thing. That was actually one of the big reasons why the OGL crisis even fired off, was because D&D wanted to, how do I want to say this? D&D wanted to shoot them in the head to absorb them. The remainder piece of here, the remainder here is the rest of the hobby. And this little sliver over here, this little tiny sliver right here, that is the indie sphere. Tufty, I think you would understand this the most. Tufty here is directly associated with a tiny indie company, the Dead Tree Studios. Actually covered them on here. Yeah, I am suffering. Yes. Well, how are things going? How are things going in there? Yeah, like, there is not a lot of money in this. Like, there's a very little amount of money in this hobby space, but it's one of those things where people will buy, what they want. Because you got to think about it, like, for example, like 5e stuff. Well, we think like, oh, 5e is, like the dominant factor. Everyone plays 5e. Everyone plays 5e, and they do. But then you have like D&D, the dragon game. Kind of went off to different directions. There's a dozen different games surrounded by it. There's a dozen different games that use the OGL itself. Like, that was kind of like the wild thing to me with the whole OGL crisis, is that how many games actually use the OGL. Yeah, that was a really nasty experience to learn, simply because there just isn't a lot of money. So if you ask, like, how has the hobby not collapsed upon itself, the answer is I have no fucking clue. It is held together by, well, faith. It is held together completely on faith, and I like the hobby, so people are going to fight for it, effectively. Okay, so the resonators are not some resonators are not the resonators are not aliens who share some common trait. The resonator is a person who, whether by chance or or by some conspiracy will ultimately resonate with the story and find himself in the middle of the whirlpool. In other words, the resonator in the Emo-Klore TRPG. Protagonist of the session. Therefore, the resonators can be described a wide variety of occupation, ability, and backbones. Also, what kind of resonator you'd like to see? The DL may want to set some certain conditions. Resonator setup. Direction sessions cleared benefit, no given from APL and consult. In some scenarios, a handout, see below, may be used to specify the resonator's setting in the scenario. DL role-playing character taking the role of both DL and PL. In this case, DL's player character DPC, Dealer PC. Dealer PC should also be treated as a resonator. DL's character appears as an he or she's not a main character story and should not be treated as a resonator. Resonator sent up via handout. You can specify which way and the extent you want. Situation what skills it should require. Confidential handouts. Secrets only known. Introduction to handouts makes it easier for the scenario author DLPL. Does the stuff like Critical Role in the upcoming movie and video game help expand the interest, or simply sucking more money out of people who are already going to be there anyway? A bit of A, a bit of B. It's, how do I want to word this? The move to do the movie was to create the D&D, I wouldn't say multiverse, that's not really a, that's really not really the right way of wording it. The idea of the movie is to promote the idea that Dungeons & Dragons is a brand. Brand is important. Because think about, really kind of think about it, to your childhood or whatever, when you're watching cartoons and stuff. What was the game they were playing? When people talk about tabletop role-playing games, every single time you think about it's Dungeons & Dragons of some variety. They aren't playing Call of Cthulhu or something. That's not what they're playing. They're playing a D&D. It's Dungeons and Dungeons and Dungeons or whatever. And I think the big thing there was it's to expand it out and help. The issue was, like, Critical Role was using that as a good launch pad. Because the thing is, you do not tune into Critical Role to watch D&D. You tune into Critical Role to watch a bunch of professional voice actors, role play effectively. It's effectively improv theater, except they have a script now. Like, that's a well-known fact that they have a script in some aspects. They give you the epic highs and lows of Dungeons and Dragons and stuff, because that's fun. Video games have a little bit more of an interesting... it's a little bit more interesting when it comes to video games, because you gotta think. Tabletop RPGs obviously came first, and a lot of those really early RPGs were based off of things like D&D, because that's what these guys were playing, obviously, back in the fucking 70s and 80s. Where you get some like Baldur's Gate, for example. Baldur's Gate was a phenomenal fucking game. Icewind Dale, all of those were Forgotten Realms games, actually. All of them were official, Dungeons and Dragons games. Hell, even Knights of the Old Republic technically uses the OGL. Yes, the original Knights of the Old Republic uses the OGL. The interesting thing, though, when it comes to that, the thing that gets a little bit more odd, is that video games outclass tabletop games in every single capacity now. Every single capacity a video game will do better than a tabletop game. That's just no doubt. Because there's a very important secret when it comes to video games, and you want to know what that secret is? I can start playing, like, right this moment, right this second. I can open Chivalry up, and I can play Chivalry. And I can, fight people, I can, parry on, I can stab people in the throat, I can do a bunch of shit. Then I can close Chivalry and do something else. If I want to do that in a tabletop game, I have to get people together, I have to, even if I can convince people to play Song of Swords, I have to get people together, we have to learn how to play the game properly, we have to go through the turns, we have to go through everything, and this isn't even, I don't even get to play it necessarily, I get to play the GM of it, because nobody else is going to want to GM it. Our hobby is inherently a social one, and video games can take that out very quickly, but also add it in. If I want to talk shit on chivalry, I can talk shit on chivalry. I can call someone a fucking no-life loser spear knight and laugh at him because he's a spear knight. But, like, that's kind of the funny thing there. It's, you know, TRPGs is a small fraction of my hustle. As I said, it's our personal hell. An eternal crab bucket. Yeah, pretty much. I forgot if you've asked, you plan on doing a Curious Case of not D&D and stuff like Black Flag, MCDM's game, and CNC. Castles and Crusades I have a very interesting history with, because Castles and Crusades was my very first tabletop game. Well, second tabletop role-playing game that I did at GM. My very first was Warhammer 2nd Edition, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition. That was my very first game we ever played, and we sucked at it. We were terrible at it. Because I misread a rule, and I was fucked. It was great. But Castles and Crusades I have a very fond memory of, because that was actually the first game I was a part of way back in the day. But that was a heavily homebrewed nightmare game that even kind of learning about it, you know, it's like, Jesus Christ. I think that was one of the things that kind of got me into the hobby as much as it did. As for Black Flag is aiming to be 5th edition. Like, it's not even going to be like not D&D. I do have a strong belief that Black Flag will be nothing more than a Dungeons and Dragons game with, you know, maybe a different name for a wizard. I don't think Black Flag is going to be a unique game, so I don't want to bother covering it. Looking at what MCDM's been doing and the Matt Colville experience, it gets a little bit stranger because he obviously is he's been talking about changing things, but he's been talking about things that may or may not be real, because he's a weird dude who thinks he's a lot better at this than he is. It might happen, it might not. It kind of happens, and that's just kind of the nature of the beast, you could say. Yeah, that's kind of so probably not. Let's see, Dungeons and Dragons do not steal. Final Fantasy was very based on D&D. Final Fantasy was very based on things like wizardry, which in turn was based on D&D. Yeah, it's a very big, it was a very important thing. Something complicated to play like Mountain Blade, get an army and become king of a place. Yeah. Bunch of video based on D&D, you make it Acableth, and yeah, that's how it goes. Oh, don't get me on that bullshit, Notepad. They have most things over TRPGs, but the storyteller capacity is the variety will always be lower until they make a chat AI that doesn't devolve into retardation after an hour. Yes, that is one of the key advantages, you could say, our hobby has. The one key superior advantage tabletop role-playing games will always have is the fact that, let's say, for example, in, I know, we'll use chivalry as an example, because I know chivalry, that's just kind of, we were using that earlier. The fact that I cannot do something that chivalry is not programmed to do. I cannot do something that is not in the bounds of the game. I cannot roleplay with my fellow Agathians. That's not how it works. I cannot do that. I cannot go left when the only path is right. That is a gigantic advantage of tabletop role-playing games. And I think that's what thing we really need to do. But then you have people like Gilla who try to make tabletop role-playing games into video games, because we can't have nice things. Let's see. I feel, and this may be just me hoping and dreaming. Oh, thank you very much for subscribing, Siska. Sorry, I'm getting through everybody. I feel that maybe hoping and dreaming as society opens back up and tires of constant bloat and squalor from modern media, you'll be drawn back to the tradition of collective storytelling as our caveman forefathers did before us. No. Because here's like the one thing with that it's a fun thing to even think about, is we have as a we have completely forsaken Gygax's original vision. We've forsaken the original intent already. Because we aren't around a table as often. A lot of people probably don't play around tables anymore. They play online. VTTs are such a big market now because VTTs allow people to play across the ocean. Every Sunday, I play with my friends. 3 of my friends are in the UK. We're not sitting around a fucking table exactly. But that is a massive advantage, is that I can do that. The fact that I'm talking with all of you about tabletop games was a thing that just didn't exist back in the day. And you have to think about it is, do you plan a game for online play, or do you plan for a game as physical? And that gets a little bit more complicated because you can now make games that were far, far more complicated than they were back in the day, because back in the day, you had dice, pencil, and a paper, and maybe a calculator. Now you hit 3 buttons, and you can do a bunch of calculations. But if you start doing that, suddenly it's like, why do we even want to do that? What's the... that was like one of my big things with Zephyr, actually. Zephyr, the role-playing game. It was trying to emulate fucking cover shooters, of all things. It was trying to emulate cover shooters. And it bamboozled my brain. I'm like, what advantage does this have of emulating a fucking cover shooter? And it was like, yeah, they wanted to emulate that feeling of running around, beginning of the cover, of popping out effectively, quite literally popping out of cover to shoot people. That's what they want to emulate. It's a... Yeah. You shouldn't have to play games for the sake of enjoying each other's company and stupidity. It's a lot harder than you think it is. A lot harder. Playtest, we'll see what it is. Best guess, a bunch of homebrew rules, subsistence staple on 5e. Yeah. My brother in Christ tried being a player other than 5e and COC's, like find a needle in the ocean. Yep. Yeah, there's a guy who added chat GDP. Yep, I saw that. Hoping and dreaming of all my games are now online just makes things easier. It does make things easier. We are an arbitration of medium, very good, but I mean, look, going outside, seeing a board game, there's just a book and saying, what the fuck is this? Yeah. Yeah, you'd be amazed the number of people who just don't understand it. Yeah, I do wonder if the future, is gonna have people seething about IRL playing versus online playing. People already do in TG, but I guess with more force. There is already kind of like, there was an interesting moment with that a few days ago when D&D Beyond went down. When D&D Beyond went down, it was funny because people were posting like, well, sorry everybody, we can't play now. And it was like, people were like, what the fuck? That's insane. Yeah, it's... Our hobby has expanded so rapidly because of VTTs, simply because we can now play with other people, but I feel like we have lost a certain... How do I want to word this? We've lost a certain value in the idea of... Oh, I ate way too much. And it's the fact that I can say one thing over here to people out there, and I can try to convince people to look at things. That's the beautiful thing. And I can see over there. I can look at say look over there. Look over there. Look at this game. You'll say, look at this. This is a cool thing. Hey, look at this. This is awesome. And yeah, that's all I can do. Okay, man, communal storytelling is very human, even without dice. When the world turns out, we'll play TRB via chicken shit bingo. Yeah, pretty much. And it also really does not help that there is no good place to actually buy tabletop games. Like, look at Drive-Thru RPG. Drive-Thru RPG is a site that started in like early 2000s, and it fucking shows. This right here, this fucking site, this shit, This is the main site. This is the main way to actually buy tabletop role-playing games. It sucks. I love it. This is like one of, and people were like, "Oh man, you should really use Goodman Gaming." I think that was the one. Yeah. Oh, you should use Goodman Games. Goodman Games is really good. This is the other one. Wow. This is a neat, like, this is one of them, like, this is a main site. Like, it's funny because that's the shit that you have to deal with. Yeah, like, there's a couple other one. Like, it's one of those funny things, like, a lot of these games aren't, like, of like the major sites, again, you get things like Drive-Thru RPG. Drive-Thru RPG is one. I'm trying to think of other games at the top of my head. The other site. Show them Dead Tree. Yeah, well, like, I'll show you Dead Tree. Dead Tree Studios. This is Dead Tree Studios. I love these guys. Yeah, this is... it's great. Itch.io. That's good. That's another good example. This is probably the second largest tabletop role-playing. It's great. I love Dead Tree Studios. I love it. It's great. Here's the gallery. It's Kino. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh man, this is some fucking soul right here, guy. Oh, it opens the imager up. It opens the imager up. Oh man, we're looking at some fucking A-class Kino right here, boys. But generally speaking, like, oh, Drive-Thru is fine, yeah, but that's the thing, there's like one, and they've been around for almost 20 years. They have been over 20 years. But yeah, no, this is the other big one. This is the other major way to actually get tabletop games. And do you see an issue? They've been doing a redesign for like 2 years. But yeah, do you see do you see all this? Oh, what's Hyper Gunsport, my favorite tabletop role-playing game. Road Warden. Oh, that's great. I love it. Oh, Railbound. That seems like a really fun tabletop role-playing game. Oh man, Antique. Awesome. Ah, cool. Boss game. Neato Burrito. Yeah, this is the physical games category. You were condemned to another section. And none of these are organized. You will fight and die effectively on these because they don't discriminate. Everything is equal. All is equal in itch.io, unfucking fortunately. And because all are equal, none are equal. And people will fight and people will die, and it sucks. God, I hate itch. I hate itch.io because like it has no discrimination between this is a actual game and this is a like one-page RPG about masturbation or something. You would be amazed the number of like, it's like, look at this. This is an entire like full thing. It's just like this is a full RPG, and it has to share it effectively has to share space with like a bunch of these other things. Like find food in perfect condition on a McDonald's dumpster. Yeah. And it's like, oh, it's Hero Quest. That's on the same billing, mind you. And you're like, oh, what's the most popular ones? Savage Worlds game, itch funding for Zine Month, and Lancer. And you want to know why Lancer's popular? Lancer's popular because because one of the big artists behind it and shilled it ruthlessly. You want to know why Gilla is popular? Gilla's not popular because he made like a good game. Gilla's popular because he made the fucking Destiny RPG. And he also fucked up his Warframe RPG dramatically. Yeah, that's one of those just like constant funny thing. Everybody, look, it's Lancer, the greatest game ever created by man. I don't know. I won't say I don't like Lancer, I will say that I don't much care for Lancer. I will say my biggest problem with Lancer usually boils down to the fact that Lancer has a very bad tendency of thinking it's a lot more original than it actually is, because it's really not. Judgments in the... Would you believe my goal today was to try to get this done? I know, very wacky. I would have never believed it either. We want to move to 1, 2. Decision made. Okay, so like let's see. What is 44 when you ask to determine degree of the resonator's action? When you want to give a hint to the resonator. You want to provide additional information for... For example, let's see, 44. When you stuck in progress in the scenario, you want to give a hit to the resonator. When you want to give a hint to the resonators. You want to give a hint to the resonate when you want to give a hint to the resonator to when they are stuck in that scenario. 44, for example, I find proceed without a judgment. Judgment is not required. Tell the participants that an action is too difficult to be impossible. You want the resonator who is challenging a reckless behavior to make a judgment. You may want to raise the number of successes required, reduce the die roll, or lower the judgment value. You may want to tell them that there's a significant... You may also want to tell them there's significant risk in making that check. Time naturally based on roleplay. There's an action like, look at the trash can's room. Here, so you notice any scraps of paper thrown in the trash. Welcome to the, like, sheer number of fucking side notes in this game. It's great. Isn't it just Zoomer Battletech? Zoomer Battletech is probably the best description of Lancer I've ever read. It's great. To make some powerful Lancer Borg 5e compatible, then I shall attain TRPG Nirvana. Don't bring that cursed world into this world. I tried liking Lancer. That sums it up. Let's see. How would one kill D&D? How would one kill D&D? Two things. There's two things to kill D&D. Either A, the brand collapses, and I do mean it is a significant drop in monetary effects. I don't think D&D will ever disappear. I think what will happen is D&D will no longer be supported anymore. And it will be... D&D is just permanently on the back burner. It will be forever in Hasbro's back pocket, or they will sell it off to another company, or just... the value of D&D is not necessarily the game. It's the brand. And if the brand is no longer valuable, they won't give a shit about it anymore. And it'll just die on its own. The only other way to kill D&D is that if it does another major misstep and somebody else takes the crown. Which people tried, but they recovered too fast. Let's see. I mean, elf vampires fighting the Holy Kingdom use undead servant, the druidic barbarians, the North, trailer constant war about sex and money, and legendary blacksmith who are all literally black. Was fun to read about. Lancers appeals to my desire for wacky sci-fi ideas, like play with an AI that has a Miku text-to-speech hooked up to my Discord input speaking character. I hate that, Tufty. Someone should make a good Someone should make a good Lancer. Isn't that right? Yeah, I know. Lancer's character mech customization was not like the system itself, at least for mech combat character shit. Can't vouch for a system is not about characters, it's about pew pew mechs. Yes. Yeah, the best thing with like Lancer, and you do summarize it pretty well. Lancer is a game about going shooty mech time with as little character as possible, and that's just kind of how it goes. If they were to sell not sell Wizards of the Coast, you gotta remember that Wizards of the Coast is Hasbro's best performing subsidiary by far. They won't sell Wizards. They'll sell the D&D IP though. That'll be the thing. And they'll sell the IP when it's no longer valuable, but at that point the industry would have collapsed 7 times over. Hasbro and Wizards know how blood is in the water and their crown looked really good on other people's heads. Fun fact, this has already occurred twice and nothing fucking came of it. The first time was in the late 90s, kind of when 2E was showing its age and TSR collapsed. After TSR collapsed and Wizards kind of took it over, there was a period of time, about 3-4 years, when D&D really didn't have anything. It was just like the venerable 2nd edition. There was stuff coming out, obviously, but it wasn't really that powerful. That's where you got things like, not Wizards of the Coast. That's where you got things like World of Darkness, for example. In the 90s, World of Darkness, Shadowrun, a lot of these games were very popular. You know, arguably, they were on similar caliber. Legend of the Five Rings, even. A lot of these games were on a similar caliber of D&D at that point. But not one of them could ever really claim the crown. World of Darkness almost did, but then White Wolf happened, and White Wolf cannot make good decisions to save their lives. This led to the 3.5 era. 3.5 comes out, everybody fucking adores 3.5, well, more 3rd edition into 3.5, and it's the D&D experience that was the early 2000s. And then we saw another one in 2008 when 4th edition came out, and 4th edition failed. Well, it didn't fail. That's one of the things. A lot of people bought 4E. 4E did not fail dramatically. What happened to 4E was it wasn't D&D what people wanted. So they changed things, and it was kind of a mess, and there was a period there, I'd say about 2008 to about 2011, where D&D wasn't top dog anymore. You had things like Pathfinder, which was D&D 3.5.5. You actually had a few games crop up during that time, including the entirety of the Forge, which would lead to effectively the entire indie market. Yeah, almost the entirety of the tabletop indie market, what we think about it, things like Apocalypse World, for example, kind of sprung up around that time, and it was like, zippity zam, this is pretty damn impressive. But then 5e came out and kind of quashed a lot of it, because you had things like in 2012, the Forge collapsed. Why did the Forge collapse? Because Ron Edwards called people retarded a lot, because he didn't... That's one of those funny things when you remember, like, Ron Edwards was a dick, and nobody liked Ron. There's a reason Ron Edwards hasn't done jack shit for a few years, like, Ron Edwards hasn't done a few things in a few years because everybody will immediately meme on him the fact that he called people retarded on the internet. And his successors have made things worse for everybody involved. D&D is dead. No, is died. Yeah, not really. The thing is, D&D has recovered amazingly well from the fact that they effectively announced, mind you, less than a month ago now, they announced that they were going to, eat their entire secondary market. That's what the OGL thing was. I want to eat my entire secondary market. And people are like, oh, wow. Cool, we love D&D again. And it's like, the fuck? I'm gonna get some water real fast. Listen to this lovely music. Hello. It's me, your boy, Jay Swizzy. Yeah, relaxing, making me think I should go to bed and not stay up 3 a.m. Yeah, go to bed, please. There's music, sad. There's no music. There is music. It is very light. If I bring it up all the way. I keep it very low. It's only if you like bring it up max volume. Let's see. Miko Daimyo. Miko. Call me Hatsune Miku, everybody. Hatsune Miku Gaming. Is society swinging back to not liking nerd stuff anymore? I don't know. I don't know. They're Lubu. I have a strange feeling people have started the I wouldn't say started the shift away, but ooh, right. Do not listen to him, Archer. Do not listen to him, Archer. He is Russian. He's Russian. Don't let him influence you. A dime to Manly is a dime to Putin. But generally, I know I am Ukrainian refugee. But like my big thing there is, I think we're not seeing to not necessarily not liking nerd stuff, but there's been people bleeding off of it. Let's just say that. I think people are still going to like it. People are still going to go see Marvel movies, but Marvel movie fatigue is there now. People are still going to buy D&D stuff, but that fatigue is there now. You're starting to see things like, you know, those numbers start kind of dwindling down. And yeah, my usual metric for things is when it starts getting weird. Marvel at first was, oh, cool, this is fine, and then it got weird. Hey everybody, remember when the New 52 came out? Like the DC New 52 and all that jazz? A couple years ago now. I was in. It had some interesting ideas, like, oh, here's Chinese Superman. And like, Chinese Superman was kind of a weird call, but he had some cool bits to him. You had some interesting, oh god, 50, yeah. It right when it launched, I'm like, you know what? This could be a good thing. There's some good ideas here. They clearly have an idea. And now we have pregnant Joker, pregnant mud baby Joker. It's like, oh sweet fuck. Like, okay, what's going on with Marvel comics? And like, Marvel's weird. Like, Marvel comics are so strange now because like everybody just wants to get a movie. The fact that Bendis got his fucking wish and got 2 of his fucking characters into the movies, into the shows at least, shows that they're running out of characters to do anything with. Draco, I will blow your Held a message, aggression. Will you allow the post in chat? Yes. Yeah, it was, there's a bunch of things, but then it's weird because you've recently noticed, I wasn't aware of Pregnant Joker. You have ruined my day. I had to learn about it, so you have to learn about it now too. Yeah, that was one of those bits you're like, what the fuck? But then you have things like the manga industry's been kind of like doing pretty all right. But then you have like, there's been a lot of localization problems that people have been really mad about. Like that's been spiking up recently a lot. Tufty, you might know a little bit about that, but it's been people getting really mad about that. It's been a mess. Society has a bit of resistance to more out there heroes and story, to not necessarily like more out there stuff. It's how do I want to work this? We want to associate things with things we like, and the actual corporate sphere wants to know things that are going to sell. They put out, Disney is making all these Marvel movies because they have a chart probably. There's somebody in a room whose job it is to check what the estimated returns of all these movies are. And they want those estimated returns back. And they make a movie cheap because they damn well know people are going to spend $80 million on it or whatever. Like, what was the last Marvel movie? Let's do last Marvel. Wakanda Forever. Okay, let's do Wakanda Forever, everyone. Like let's talk about the, let's talk about the Marvel Cinematic universe starting in 2008 all the way over here. So it's they've got 5 let's see. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They've got 10 fucking movies set up. 10. Ant-Man and Wasp Quantumania. That's a thing. Deadpool 3. Yeah, that's there. Don't know why, but it's there. But let's look at like Wakanda Forever, for example. Wakanda Forever had a $250 million budget. It made $142.8 million. If you want to make a rough guesstimate, you could probably say, let's be honest here, let's say in total it was probably about $400 million, including advertisements and everything like that. They made their money back, hand over fist. They're good. Everyone's fine. Corporates don't understand memetics. As stupid memetics, modern commercials make me angry and I immediately forget about them. I only remember the commercials when I see them pop up before a video again. It's making me cringe, coughs and dies. Memes, Jack. DNA of the soul. You joke? But yes. Memetics are actually a very important thing. Because the thing is, people have invested so much time into this that you can't not watch. You can't not watch the next one. Let me see. I stopped watching here. This is where I stopped actually watching the movies back in 2013. And I remember distinctly why. Because, no, I saw Guardians of the Galaxy. Here's the thing, I distinctly remember why I saw Guardians of the Galaxy. Because it was me and my friends were going to see it because it was funny. Because we're like, cool, we're having fun. But it's like, oh, well, you have to watch Age of Ultron to watch Guardians of the Galaxy properly, to watch Ant-Man properly. If you don't watch Civil War properly, oh man, that's not going to make any sense. So you got to watch Doctor Strange properly. Then you got to watch Spider-Man Homecoming, which feeds into Black Panther, which feeds into Infinity War, which if you don't watch Infinity War and won't watch Ant-Man and the Wasp, God help you all, it's got to watch Civil War again to make sure you understand Ant-Man and the Wasp, understand Captain Marvel, make sure you understand Endgame, and then turn Far From Fucking Home. And then we have the Multiverse Saga. it's not even things like Red Sun. Like Red Sun, Red Sun, I know what you're talking about with Red Sun. I liked Red Sun. It was a good comic. It's more along the ideas is that, yeah, don't forget about the TV shows. Yeah, how can I forget about TV shows? The issue with American comics, and I was thinking about this the other day, and I was talking with a friend actually. The issue is pretty simple in all things. It's when I read, we'll take for example One Piece. One Piece has been going on for over 20 years, effectively. It's one of the longest running comics ever. It's this massive nightmare entity. But here's the thing. I damn well know One Piece will end. One Piece is reaching a conclusion. It's on the final arc. Oda said, this is the final fucking arc. This is it. And it's like, oh, cool, this is the final arc. I can go on things and I can find a manga and I will be able to read the manga. And is it always going to be a great ending? Maybe, maybe not. I've read plenty of manga with terrible endings. I've read plenty of manga with lovely endings. Looking at you, Fire Punch, Kino. But that's the big thing with manga, is that there are endings. You cannot, here's the thing, you cannot actually, like, you can't finish Batman because someone needs to bring Batman back because Batman makes all the money. And it's not like, oh, where do I start reading Superman? And there people ask you, okay, what do you want to start reading? Because there's 6 different Superman things going all at once. All of them might be related to the current storyline. That it's like, oh no. But then it's like, hey, where do I start with Dragon Ball? Well, if you already know Dragon Ball, you should start, when Z begins. Just because you already know Dragon Ball. But if you've never read Dragon Ball before, you start at chapter 1. Like, oh, that's what I gotta do. Yeah, you start at chapter 1 of Dragon Ball. And where does it end? At the last chapter of Dragon Ball. Yeah, it's the fact that there are endings, and that was like one of the big things with Mira's death. That was such a heartbreaking thing when it came to Berserk, for example, because there wasn't really going to be a proper ending, and that's been kind of a problem with Berserk now, is how do we end things properly? And I think that's kind of one of the issues, kind of bringing it full circle here, McDrewsalt, is we as a society, Joker face, TM, we want to never see the thing we like go away, and the actual industry doesn't want Batman to go away. Batman makes money. Marvel does not want Spider-Man to go away. Spider-Man make money. These guys don't want their cash cows going away because Batman does sell a lot of money. Does sell a lot of money. Does sell. Because when you go to the store, next time you go to like Walmart or something, look around. Try to find a Batman t-shirt. Try to find a Superman t-shirt. You will find one. The fact when I look at some, when I say, hey, Batman, you know what Batman is. I know what Batman is. When I say, oh yeah, my favorite character is Agni. No one knows who the fuck Agni is because it's a storyline. You have to read the manga to understand that. Oh, my favorite character is Midoriya. And people might know who Midoriya is because they've read. He's literally me. Exactly, he's literally me. Didn't they try to give successors to various people, like Mayday Parker as Spider-Girl and Terry and Batman Beyond? They tried. They tried to give successor characters, and it didn't work. It didn't work because they didn't sell as well, because they weren't Batman. They weren't Peter Parker. That's why it's you always have this problem where you'll actually find there are some comics that actually end. There's a full storyline with it, and then it is based, don't get me wrong, I like Batman Beyond, but like you'll see like a full storyline, and then it'll like end, and then it'll be like next week, you know, don't worry guys, new Batman. It's, you must always print the next thing, always do the next thing, and it's always the next thing. Sometimes you get weird stuff like Miss Marvel, where they vastly outperform and you replace the character they were related to, but it's rare. Yeah. Yeah, the wiki has 63. And I think there's like I think the other thing you notice a lot is that it's name a writer for Batman. Like, name a writer for any of these things. Or like a creator. It's really hard to, like, it kind of like, I know Marvel has Bendis, that's really all I remember. But then you see the guy, like, like, God, I always mispronounce his name. Yeah, then you have Fujimoto. Like, I know Fujimoto, Tatsuki Fujimoto. He's the fucker who did Fire Punch. And he's done, he's done Fire Punch and Chainsaw Man. I'm completely invested in Fire Punch. It's one of my favorite fucking... It is easily one of my favorite things. It's great. It's great fucking manga. Kino Punch and Kino Man. Yes, you joke, but yes. It is probably the... Fire Punch is the only thing that I have ever really understood that can say, yes, the main plot... The main actual, like, plot of Fire Punch does boil down to someone's really mad they didn't get to see Star Wars Episode 4. Star Wars Episode 7. That is the literal fucking plot. And you're like, wow, that makes no goddamn sense. And the answer is, it doesn't. So it gets even better. And you gotta figure out, and I love it. It was great. When I finally realized that, I was like, holy shit. This is Kino. Remember when I was doing this? Yeah, I remember. Judgment. When you need to make a... it says, I will make a judgment. You will make a judgment. Suggest skills be used for judging depending on the role play and action. I'll decide to accept the proposal. DL decides what skill to use. Say, please judge with XX skill. Go. Skills not acquired are set to level 0. Cannot be made with level 0. Substituting skill. Okay. Because the big idea is you can always, mind you, use as a substitution. You can always use a substitute. Like, you'll always have at least one rank in it. Vivid success or pain, if it has a vivid, even appropriate description, bonus penalty for the judgment result. Below the guidelines, how to respective. Okay, this is where we have the so double effective success, triple extreme success. Are you extreme? Hell yeah. Yeah, I read both too. Punch is my favorite now. Yeah, Punch is very interesting. It's the thing is, Fire Punch is such a fascinating manga to read because it is like, let's talk about some incredibly deep philosophical and moral complications. By the way, I'm gonna make a silly face now and say something completely fucking insane. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, all right, it's Kino. Okay, you just look, everyone just kind of nods in agreement, like, yeah, it's Kino. Hey Notepad, what's the time period aspect of life is underrepresented in the TTRPG verse? There's quite a few. I would say the most complicated the most complicated nightmare situation in any capacity, I would say about 1650 to 1750. This era is so fucked unless you are playing pirate time. If you're playing pirates, it's not. But it's like, you don't really see anything in this like very particular era, simply just because it's such a weird era. Not that, time. I mean, something to work with it. Like, this entire era has such a fascinating look to it, simply because this was a time of like mass conflict, kind of adventure was kind of running low at this point, in a way, and politicking was becoming, the last of the knights were gone, kind of thing. It's that chivalricness is kind of dead in that regard. That's kind of that. I would like to see more there. And generally speaking, any fantasy outside of Western European fantasy or Japanese fantasy, I would say a lot more. But it was Dawn of the Knights, but the era of the Cavalier. Yeah, kind of the 1600s had some interesting ideas in it. 1600s into 1700s. Yeah, the Dusk of the Knights. So it's for wargaming mostly, yeah. Generally speaking, even like Napoleonics, you don't really see a lot of like RPG set during Napoleonic Empire, which that's kind of interesting. 7th Sea, again, without it being pirates. It's always pirates during this era. There's nothing else. I would say some more Chinese RPGs could be fun as well, like set in like explicitly a Chinese place. Also, why do we have a Chainsaw Man anime but no signals of Fire Punch? Fire Punch is fucking weird. That's why. It is a weird fucking manga, and trying to do anything else with it, even attempting to put it on television, will be met with a lot of bizarre moments. Chainsaw Man, luckily enough, is like relatively tame. Like, you gotta remember that. Chainsaw Man is tame compared to it. Double or triple is more dramatic success than usual. Describe the resonator performed a cool and elegant way. A light bonus may be given at the discretion of the DL. Miracle is a miraculous success that occurs when luck and ability combine. Some kind of bonus may be given to the discretion of the DL. Better result, give more information. Catastrophe, disaster class success. Disaster class success will always be probably my favorite line out of this. I'm like 97% sure that it's not correct. But calling something a disaster class success is just too Kino. I cannot deny myself calling something that. And I fit this in here. Oh my god, it's such a weird, terrible, awful size. Okay. Catastrophe. Okay, let's do like this. Let's see. Catastrophes are normally produced by humans, however, may exercise supernatural power of oddities or artifact historical significance. The action causes a natural catastrophe, has profound effect on surroundings, leaves a hit mark on history, a truly catastrophe level event. Fumble is action back from makes things work. Depending on the situation, since Emo-Klore is prone to fumbles, it is advisable to prepare multiple penalties in case everybody fucks up because you're all morons. You're all stupid. 55. If you are lost to decide, immediately let the player take 1d3 damage or immediately increase their resonance level by 1. In order to get a catastrophe success of 10 or more, at least 5 skill dice must be rolled. Normally the maximum skill dice is 3, so it is impossible for a resonator to catastrophe. How do it's actually, maybe we do this, we put it down here, where we separate it out like it's clearly its own thing, but we understand that it's kind of the exact same thing. Catastrophe, except in the case of infinite resonance catastrophe, no natural catastrophe occurs. Skill dice must be rolled. In order for a human to catastrophize, it is essential to use supernatural powers. So trick in the scenario, devise a cool description of what will happen, and the result is a catastrophe. Yes. This is one of those games, like, it is actually a very fascinating game in that regard. That, can we get much higher? So high. Let's see. Chapter 1, incest, cannibalism. What the fuck is this? I didn't think Chainsaw Man was giga violent. It is giga violent, but it's like zombie violent, not I'm going to punch people to death because of feminism. On Fire Punch the manga I forgot to read. Remember, read the last chapter on the second time. Colonial Gothic could fit the theme, yeah. I've seen Colonial Gothic, never read it though. By the way, Notepad, the 1650-70 world have to be IRL, the time period of fictional world. Homebrew threat, someone did a game like that, but with insects. It can, I mean, it can be. Also, I demand the homebrew thread to be back. Wait, did the homebrew thread die? I wouldn't be surprised if it did die. It's still around. It's right here. Not doing well, mind you, but it is alive. Yeah. People are like trying to shill their games from the GDG thing. I'm like, oh, that's cringe. Cringe! The TG worth going back to. I will not answer that question. I plead the fifth, officer. You cannot take me back. In a more serious light, like TG's fine. I think the major issue with TG currently, and I say this as someone who is fanatically involved with it and will fight tooth and nail for it. The major issue with TG currently is that TG cannot decide what it wants to be, and people are really agitated over that. People are fanatically agitated over the fact that no one really can decide what it wants to be. And you have people wanting to go back to the old ways. You have people trying to go back, want to try to do the new way of things. But then it is quite literally people trying to just argue about what the future looks like in quests. The quest thing never ended. We will never escape quests. That's kind of one of the sadder things you could say. When make a decision, DL plan. I will make a decision based on XX skill. You will. When making a decision, the DL tells the player you will make a decision based on XX skill. At this point, may suggest skill to be used when this decision. Builds was accepted substitution. Emo-Klore use these. This is because skills are more like those. The resonator will help them. The resonator, the main actor of the session, to be more active. His or personality. It'll be used to do X. Do what? The questions to elicit suggestions describing or ask the PL to describe how to perform the action using the skill in the decision in the judgment. The judgment will highlight the resonator's individuality. To be more difficult, less favorable, or less effective. I want to beat the police in combat and escape. I want to sneak into the guarded enemy camp without being detected by using concealment. Than originally envisioned, you may require a higher number of successes. If you decide the proposed skill action is more effective or advantageous, you can give bonus dice. Nope, we don't need that. Oop, no. I never really use that. I just read it once. Google getting hit my search. I'm too boomer for that. TG can't decide get shit done anymore. Manga's Rasputin the Patriot or the book Trap of the State. Yeah, there's a few of them. Golden Kamui is if you've never I'm like 90% sure you've read Golden Kamui, Manly. If you haven't, you should really read it. It's very interesting. And I think I'm too old to figure out how now. Don't worry, 4chan's for everyone, as long as you hate yourself in a minority enough. There we took care of the first part. Yeah, it's good. It's good shit. It's the idea of like TG can't get shit done anymore. It's TG does get shit done, but the problem is it's a lot easier to. How do I want to word this? Hang on up. One of the things is TG, when I kind of talk about TG a little bit, it's kind of the idea when I say like, oh, it can't decide what it wants to do anymore. Because like, oh, well, we have a lot of generals. Generals aren't the problem. Generals have never been the problem. Generals, I'm usually, you know, it's, I'm not like, I don't use generals often, but like, I will support generals. I think generals are fine. And I say generals are fine because it's like, hey, we don't need 50 questions about D&D, each with their own thread. No, just ask in the 5e thread. Hey, we don't need 20 questions about COC, ask in the COC thread. That's fine. We don't need 50,000 40k questions. You just need to go to the 40k thread. That's fine. I think but some people get agitated about that, being like, oh, well, we should be more random, it should be more chaotic, it should be a bit grander. I understand that. But that's not kind of how it works. People kind of naturally congeal to certain locations. Generals popped up for a reason. But then you have things like the draw threads kind of started petering out because a lot of the draw guys started leaving. Then you have people like a lot of the how do I do this? A lot of those guys left. Like one guy I talk about a lot is Viral. Viral did a lot of those like classic TG games. And because Viral left, there haven't been a lot because Viral worked on so many of those, and it's very difficult to get people to agree on anything. That is the hardest part of any project. Try to get more than 5 people to agree on something, you will find problems. So what happens is only blessings, only good thing. Has also Discord popularity make 4chan less appealing. Sort of. In a degrees and fair. One of the advantages on 4chan is I can make an anonymous post, not as Notepad Anon. If I go to someone's Discord, I'm going to be Notepad Anon. And like that's just kind of like an inescapable fact. Like, oh, I'm using proxies, but it'll still be me. And like I know there's like trip codes and stuff, but like generally speaking, you have to make a willing effort to do that. But I think that's kind of one of the reasons why, though, like let TG get shit done projects get shot in the face, if that makes sense, is because people like, oh, well, we've got a few details, let's bring it to Discord now, and then that kind of energy dice because they don't make threads anymore, because why would it? Like, why would you make why did you make a thread when Discord's doing it better? Or the Discord died immediately, so why would people do it? And that's kind of the unfortunate reality of that. It's just people. People happen, and people are fallible creatures that do things wrong. Ugh. Advantageous rises in a capital J judgment situation, effective strategy and action demonstrated. This is what we call a dice bonus. This is called bonus dice. The dice bonus for a single bonus dice. Fucking spell is the dice bonus for single decision, single judgment. Judgment is about 1 very favorable circumstance, 2 in extremely favorable circumstances. I do acknowledge excellent suggestions. It is difficult to create drama if obstacles overcome too easily. Be cautious about giving more than 2 bonus dice. Rivalry. Role-playing actions. A rivalry judgment. Dun dun dun. In the oh god. Oh, it's that terrible feeling when you need to burp but can't. Okay, so different actions. Number of successful opposing judgment. Number of successful opposing judgments is equal. Is equal to the following priorities given the process. When the game is divided between defending and attacking sides, the defender side wins. Draw is acceptable. The game is a draw. The tie is okay, easy enough to understand. I will play with you in power game. It's have no fear, everybody. It's time to power game. Welcome to Japanese RPGs. Round progression is scenes that you touch as combat, in which multiple people perform actions simultaneously. Rule is a rule that determines the order of actions, with each player acting one at a time. Kind of like a turn-based battle. Everyone acts at once, and the round is called a round. Actually, the entire is called a round. It is referred to as a round. I think the time one round should be a DPL depending on the situation. Judgment made according to need. From the conditions for the progress rounds, tell the start of round progression, decide initiative value. Actions, exit condition. Exit condition. Da, 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 da. Okay, beginning of round progression. So beginning of round, declare the PL, declare to the PL. Round progression begins. Have no fear, everybody. Round progression, it is official, you must declare. If you do not declare it, you are quite literally not playing correctly. You will need to commit Sudoku. It is over. Action. You violated the rules. Go to jail or pay a fine. You'll be glimpsed the ghost of your grandfather's prospered by for treasure El Dorado. He's senile, even as a ghost. Around is called around. Dalai Lama. Yeah. Welcome to Japanese RPGs where they will like hand give you a bunch of things that you're like, why the fuck do I need this? Meaning like, have no fear, everybody. Yeah, this is one of those like amusing notes when you realize, yeah, where in God's name in the actual like in the playtesting did underwater combat not only become something essential, but like we need to put it in the actual rules. If we do not put this in the rules, it's Jover, everybody. It was like, hey everybody, it's time for, you know, fucking it's time. Like, where was that? Like, what happened? I would be very fascinated to learn where in the game was the idea of like underwater combat is necessary for this. You know. You estimate that there's going to be initiative. Towards the game, combat cannot be avoided. If you describe in advance how to calculate the initiative value. Because yeah, technically you can engage in a debate in this game. That's entirely possible. So X each. In order of the initiative value. Basically, one action and its decision can be performed one turn, including reactions. Complex or time-consuming may concern multiple rounds. Detailed process are decided by the DL. Yeah, there's no rules for that. If the initiative values are equal, each rolls 1d10. If the initiative equal, each roll 1d10, and the lower number is considered ahead. Forfeit their action and wait for later. Let's see, if more than one person declares to wait, order of action of the round is lowest initiative value. They cannot wait again at this point. Yep. Reaction. You can react to if you are you react when others' actions against you are successful. Actions of others toward you. That and then reactions include one to nullify it with counter judgment, the other weaken opponent action with a one nullify the opponent's action with a counter judgment. Opponent's action with an evasion judgment, and the other weaken the result of opponent's action with a defense judgment. There we go. Evasion judgment. What if again equals a reaction? May laugh like, wait, that looks silly. That looks dumb. Why would you ever do that? That is legitimately how it is written. Have you done playtesting for any games? Have you done playtesting for any games? Yes, I've done playtesting for my thing. Let me see. Like Uno, when you say Uno, so you literally die. Speaking about translate Japanese games, I believe I saw a post on Ryutama. Yes. Someone is making the attempt at translating Ryutama. Flying combat is more common, to be honest. It's we don't have it in English. We don't, because they never translated it. We have Well, I take that back. We have one section of it in English. One section because they did it for a fucking holiday thing. You don't need playtesting for any game. Yeah, I do playtesting with my own group. Also, I'm waiting for commission. Pain. I need to be paid first so I can commission stuff. I need to clear any necessities. Yeah, I know that. Pay. People are trying to give you money. Oh, I see. Let me hit that ad button real fast. Hello, gamers. No more. See, this is the beautiful thing. I was just like, here's a random ad. People laughed at me, being like, no one will use the ad action, being like, you don't understand. They will. Actually, we want to react once per round by using the opposite. We use a rival judgment because we use the term rival judgment up here. Rivalry judgment, technically. It sounds a little bit silly, but I mean, it makes sense. We do this. Yeah, this is one of those things that's a little bit funky, but I kind of understand what it's going for. Wakanda forever. Thank you for following, by the way. IKEA. See, this is just what the ads I get are. This is the best part. Each player may only attempt evasion once per round. Evasion is a rivalry. Number of successful evasion. If any number of evasion attempts is greater or equal than the number of successful attacks, the evasion was successful. Successful evasion. That will avoid attacks and nullify the damage. Be performed by any number of times is an rivalry judgment. You succeed regardless of the number of successes of your opponent's action. The damage you will receive will be reduced by the number of successes. So pretty much it's the idea of like evasion is an all or nothing. Defense is a lot more reliable. If you want to avoid damage, you want to use evasion. If you want to survive damage, you're going to use defense. It do be that way. It started around made declare reaction devotion by declaring abandons any actions. Number of times you can perform a rivalry judgment. Judgment in the case of battle evasion, rivalry a evasion +1 action judgment. Action judgment in case of battle defense. Amount action judgment amount of effective reduction is successful times 2. So it would be for example, scoring 2 successes. Scoring 2 successes would mitigate 4 damage. Dang, you are a hero. Notepad. The Notepad add-on fan base is literally the most oppressed minority in current society. We really do live in a society. Everyone had 14 viewers according to this anyway. I have 14 viewers. Why are you here? You're just gonna be listening to a man be sad. Allows the house rules and in scenario rules. So players are free to expand the number round progression, add additional rules, modify the original rules again. Yeah, generally speaking, this is the rule allowing you to make home rules, because you need to have one of these in Japanese games, because if you don't, they will get pissed and they will not like it. How will we know? They will say. How will we ever know that I can just GM normally? Make sure you make a note for it. HP, be an MP. Super duper easy in this one. There we go. It's literally just HP. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Like that. We need to put you, select you, hit that button. Maybe I need to generate some like actual. Maybe I should generate some hardcore controversy. That'll pump the numbers. Well, what's poppin' today, gamers? Like what's got the people agitated? How can I manipulate them for my own gain? What's the deal with that Harry Potter game? Even though I'm still trying to figure out why people are so mad about the Harry Potter game is just existing. Why would they be pissed off at homebrew? It's in Japan. This is like one thing you gotta one of the reasons why Lubu, that's kind of fascinating in Japan, is Japan really likes rules. They like very structured games. They like very precise applications. And those very precise applications are very common in Japan. A lot of Japanese fun. That's kind of one of the interesting things. Like PBTA never really took off in Japan. Breathless did for some reason though. There's quite a few Breathless things. But yeah, PBTA never really popped off as much in Japan as people would initially think, even though they do like story games. It never really did, because they like the scenarios, how to best word it? They like scenarios, they like things that have been kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily pre-planned for them, but they like the fact that it's there for them. There's a very long. They've even started memeing it, mind you. It's gotten that more amusing. Which is the idea of the seeding placement memes, because in the Fear books, and kind of Fear is Far East Entertainment Research, Far East Entertainment and Research is one of the amusing things is the amusement research. That's it. They started adding in their book like seating chart requirements of like, here's a literal chart for you to like how to be seated properly. Like if you want to like make sure everybody is correctly seated. If that seems like a little bit silly, but it's to them, it's not like super like wonky in that regard. It's pretty normal because they want to make sure they are doing everything correctly. That's kind of the best way to think about it. It's like it's a thing of like, we have to make this the correct way of doing it. If we don't do it the correct way, is it really should we be doing it? This has led to some more amusing situations where, again, you see the seating charts, you see some of the more funny ones. No, Pat streams allot me a lot of the maple shortbread recipes that start with after the terrorist attack of 9/11. Oh god, reading Sword World scenarios. Yes. Like reading Final Fantasy game guides. The only good game in PBTA is maybe masks. I have a fascination with masks. But I'm tempted to play, but they're wrong. I need to include seating chart meme in my anime game, making note of it. Because any good PBTA game is a dead PBTA game. But yeah, that's just a very like common thing in Japan, because even in this game, we even kind of going through there, they kind of mention scenario stuff. Because let me see, do we actually have a good scenario in? Let's see, do we have a good scenario in here? Is this the scenario? Let me double check here real fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guidelines, movies, data tools, character sheets, guidelines. Nope, this is company stuff. Would that be downloads? Is this the download? Is this the correct downloads? Yeah, okay. See, these are scenarios. In these scenarios, they legitimately will pre-plan things for you. And I'm going to download this one just to kind of give everybody an example. Fun fact, I already downloaded this one in another situation. But to give you an idea, this is the scenario. This is, I believe, the player scenario. This is what the players would get. So it'd be like, okay, you know, like we just select all of this right here. I'm just gonna plug it in super fast. Introduction. Let's do. God dwells in the mountain. God lives in the Nine Tigers Mountain, and two of us resonated with the inhuman ominously in the shadows. At the foot of the shadowed mountain, they encounter a forgotten secret, the Emo-Klore TRG. Effectively, there's a god at the top of the mountain, and two people have resonated with it. So, scenario concept. Let's learn about the scenario concept, everybody. And I gotta open up fucking Sakura because it's a PDF, and that means everything's gonna be fucky wucky if I don't do this. That's gonna be already fucky wucky because I see the fucking Vergana. Yes, the famous notepad quote. Yes, I have a fascination with the racist rant for 5 hours. I have not gone on a delirious racist rant in at least like a week. Okay, so this scenario takes place in a fictional rural town in modern Japan. Once a year, towns hold a big festival called the Nine Tugs Festival. 2 high school students are assigned to perform a ritual on the last day of the festival where they encounter a monster and discover the truth behind the Kitsuna Festival. They encounter a strange phenomenon and discover the truth hidden behind everything. Let's just say, for example, I believe this would be student number 1. Resonator 1, high school student. What's your primary skill? Because this is going to be their skill that they have. Ranged archery, bow and arrow. So they're recommended to take the bow and arrow skill. And if we plug in some of the information here to make sure everything is looking correct. Select this. We plug it in here real fast. Various ceremonies held at the Kitsuna Festival. One of them is the Yumi Jinji, an archery ritual, in which a target is shot with a bow. You are the most skilled archer of your generation. That is why you were chosen to perform the ritual. You are friends with Resonator 2 and often rely on him for help. high school boy love affair, I see. But yeah, like this is like what you would get as a player, and you would just play through this scenario, and that would be the issue that you just do. That's your game. Very common in Japan. Very common. Not a bad thing, but it's the way that their hobby developed. In, you know, kind of difference from our hobby, you could say. Not to say they were different hobbies, but just generally speaking, just different evolution ways. Cardiopulmonary arrest. So, patient can return. So, another participant resuscitation. Medical treatment. The medical treatment or medicine. And the HP recovers to 1 or more. Generally speaking, you are going to die if you do not have friends. Remember that, everybody. You will die if you don't have friends. Did I actually? Yes, I did. We want to do spirit plus intelligence, and we put a column to the right. Actually, no, we do column to the left, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Can't remember the rest. You have the gut skill. Gutsa! Go cardiopulmonary arrest. Just for the end of the round, there's no time at all for any of that bullshit. We do that. Why did I do it? I'm a fool. I'm just a silly clown. There we go. Fainting. Sounds boring, like restrictive. Now, here's the thing, Lubu. Here's how to... this is kind of the best way to think about it. We got our, you know, in the West anyway, you can say Europe and the US. Our hobby space was born from war games and kind of Gygax's far more open way of doing things. We were very open, we were very, do whatever the fuck you want. Here's a map, here's some shit going on, fuck you, do whatever you want. Like, oh, zippity zam, everybody. I'm in, let's do this. Theirs developed in a very different way. The two biggest games when they started off, well, there was 3 big games when they started off. The first one was BattleTech. Fucking BattleTech. Because what they did was that they had these scenarios, what you would like these in the back of the day, they had the BattleTech RPG. And what it would be, quite literally, would be you would read the little scenario going there, and, you know, players would like react to it. It would effectively be like a choose your own adventure. They would read it out, and then you would play a match of BattleTech effectively. That was kind of the thing. You would play BattleTech in between these kind of like choose your own adventure games. Okay, so that's kind of like one little facet of it. The second was Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu is massive. But you want to know why Call of Cthulhu is very positive? Because they actually got really damn good translations of all of the original Call of Cthulhu. All of these original Call of Cthulhu scenarios. I'm trying to do, you know, the really good old ones that you could read as like an independent book almost. They got phenomenal translations of those that were actually, some of them were even localized to Japan, you know, for more, you know, Japanese audiences. These did really good. And they were also very focused. They were, you know, you would read these out and investigators would do things in a very kind of, not necessarily constrained, but very focused manner. The other big one was D&D. Now, D&D was a little bit fascinating because getting all the dice required to play D&D was fucking impossible. Because it was things like D20s, D12s, D8s, all those dice, they weren't actually considered like gaming implements. Oh, goodness. They were gaming implements, as in gambling, which would jack up the price a lot because of tariffs and all that jazz. So it's like, it was prohibitively expensive. So the guys playing, yeah, you couldn't, even getting like the red box was expensive. That was kind of the problem. Now this, mind you, this is Japan. It was more expensive in Japan. So you ended up getting these things where people would play, but then not a lot of people could play D&D. But then you had things like Record of the Lotus War. Because all the Record of the Lotus War actually is actually a D&D campaign. One of the players, I believe it was the DM, literally wrote down, and he wrote and he played through things. Actually, no, it was Deedlit, I believe, was the writer, who wrote down all their adventures and then made it a book. That kickstarted, mind you, replay culture. Replay culture is, mind you, still massive, which is you get these games, you play them, you write everything down effectively, and then sell it as a book. That's not really a thing over here at all. And over there, it's a pretty big thing, and that's kind of, now, take those three elements together, as well as everything kind of getting dragged down to D6s, which were a lot cheaper to get a hold of. Oh, goodness. And you end up in a very fascinating position. You have, your hobby space has been kickstarted not on wargame culture, but on very structured scenario culture. Do they have things? Yeah, that's like on Friday, you'll actually be seeing the Sword World video, which Sword World is actually relatively open. You can play it relatively open. But any scenario book you get for it's going to be very structured. Which is also kind of like one of those very fascinating moments when you see, like, wait. That's when you get some more fascinating situations. Like, a lot of these games also have sample characters in them, like very extensive sample characters too. And a lot of them also are like, hey, you should use your sample characters first. You just use some of these sample characters. You mean, wait, Record of the Lotus War was, yeah, Ryu Mizuno. Technically, it was illustrated by Yukata Izubuchi, which I believe was also a part of that. Like, you gotta remember, like, the original group, like, all of these guys were, like, mangaka, were writers, in various quantities. Yeah, and this was, like, an amazingly fascinating thing. So it's kind of like, when you're like, oh, well, that seems kind of odd, but, like, you gotta remember, that's just kind of how it developed. And it's, to them, this is the funny thing, like, to them, our way of doing things is a completely unstructured nightmare. It's like, wow, this is, you don't have like precise things of doing things. That's weird. That's like, that's not correct. And, games going over there usually have to kind of account for the fact of, like, yeah, we're gonna do replays. You need to specify things. It's one of those things where it's like, you think, like, what if, it's kind of like those little what if scenarios of, like, what if D&D didn't do too hot and it was another game did well? Hey, fucking, that one game Luca linked, let me bring it up real fast. Arduin. Yeah, it's like, what if you get Arduin, which was like a really weird, realistic game? Would that, like, what if that was the successful one? Yeah, like, what if D&D flopped and GURPS became the standard? It's one of those things, like, yeah, GURPS becoming the standard would have been a fascinating situation, because you have the RPG that does everything. Do you need another RPG? But it's also kind of complicated. So you would have legitimately, like, this entire indie scene to... you'd have this entire indie scene dedicated to either creating GURPS games or variations of GURPS, or like, oh, well, here's our counterculture movement. You know, have no fear, everybody. I'll have you know, we're OSR Gaming, and they bring out like their GURPS 3rd edition fucking hack. Like, see, Dallas, the television role-playing game, that should have been it. Dallas was one of those just completely fascinating shitpost videos I made. Me actually going over it in the stream, I do a lot better like job of actually like covering what it's about. But yeah, it's actually a very interesting kind of look at like history more than anything. Like, yeah, this is a game that existed. And that thing that existed did a lot of fucking time. Like, it was a big thing. Good night. Right, time required to rescue me. Change this to a specifying scenario. Call it oddities. Yeah, you may be wondering, Notepad, why don't you just put this in a like a notepad or something? That would make life a lot easier, wouldn't it? And the answer would be yes, it would make things a lot easier. However, I can't because of these stupid fucking Japanese brackets, and the Japanese brackets make things hard. Oddities. Yes, use some magical tools. Resonance and the oddity. Okay, now this is where things When one feels presence of an oddity, supernatural phenomenon, or strong emotions, whether influence one's emotions, soul, or eroded, being drawn, influenced by such mysterious forces called resonance in the Emo-Klore TRPG. Infinite resonance. The infinite resonance. Yeah, is the skill to indicate the degree which the resonator is influenced by oddity. The oddity level of the skill gradually increases over the course of the session. The more resonators affected by the oddity, the more the level. More the level of resonance. Infinite resonance skill will gradually increase. Here, resonance default level. Level of resonance is 1. You must spend a skill to obtain at least 2 levels. The number will be the default value. Don't do that. When the resonator who survived the accident participates in the next session, the level of resonance will turn to the original value. Yeah, we'll turn to the initial value during campaign play, multiple sessions. Multiple sessions. May keep resonance. May keeps resonance level. May keep infinite resonance. May keep infinite resonance. Yo. Oh yeah, this is the one where you have to choose if, like, how do we use the term invalid. Let's see. Increase the more oddity is affected. More the oddity is affected. The deviation is the stain, which resonator. Alright, I'm not responding to anything right now. Let me check. Yeah, GURPS World Indie Games would just be games with a dedicated session. Yeah, pretty much. GURPS Bros discovering one system now, never shut up about it. So in terms of game layout creation culture, is there anything mostly unique to them in JP games? It kind of depends. Imagine big hit. Oh god. Everything involved hand puppets. God, no gods, no masters, only hand puppets. Yeah, no, GURPS is not that. There was Monty Cook did do some things with Steve Jackson. I think Steve Jackson did have a D20 system. I can't remember what it was, but in layout wise, let me actually bring up. Do I actually have a JTRPG right in my folder right now? Is this a good one, or is this the broke one, or? Yeah, okay. This is the Log Horizon RPG right here. This is one I've been meaning to go over for a while. One of the big things about the Log Horizon RPG and a lot of JRPGs is the idea of really front-loading content. They love to front load content. They mean, like, you're going to be able to make your player very easily. And they're usually smaller books. This one's a little bit odd because it's, kind of compiled together. But they're usually smaller books. There might be like 600 pages though. But a lot of things like this is what you kind of see over there. This is a skill block. What they want you to do is they want you to take a block, they want you to take things and then put it on your character sheet. It's very simple. Everything is very laid out for you in a way. There isn't going to be like oh hey, you can, here's some like kind of loosey-goosey rules. No, this is the detection attack. This is what it is. This is when you can use it. This is how it works. This is the timing you can use it. This is how you check it. This is the target. This is the cost you use. This is the range it is. This is all the little details you need. Very precise. Saw something that was like blatantly D&D back in the day. Give us your unbiased opinion about Monty Cook. Monty Cook is a fascinating. I'll get to multi-classing in a second. There's a reason for that. Monty Cook. How do we talk about Monty Cook? Monty Cook is the reason everything has gone bad. He's the one who kind of popularized. He's the one who kind of popularized the idea of things like ivory tower design and very He's the reason why the Pathfinder book is 600, like the Pathfinder 2nd edition book is over 600 pages. It's Monty Cook. He said there are things that are right and there are things that are wrong. He has changed over the years, generally speaking. Monty Cook is a very intelligent person. That's the thing. Monty Cook is very smart, and he's hello phone. He's very good at what he does. The problem is, Monty Cook has his My mom just woke up because she fell asleep 5 hours ago. It is 9:30 currently. The thing with Monty Cook that's fascinating is that he is smart, he is good, but he has his head stuck so far up his own ass. Like, it's quite literally like he's creating a horrifying folding creature inside of himself. It's actually fascinating. Why do I say this? I say this in the nicest way physically possible. It's because he's the guy who made Dungeons & Dragons 3.5. He's one of the main architects behind that. And D&D 3.5 changed the game. I don't mean like change the game as in like, obviously updated 2nd edition. But things like 3rd edition D&D and, 3.5 and subsequently 3.5 kind of changed the entire industry and changed created a game that is still played today. And created what we would commonly associate to be the modern D&D. Which is kind of its own. I awaken. What's the Morkborg thing and meandering thoughts about? It has been 3 hours, ethical. The Cyborg video is tomorrow. I've been shit posting about Cyborg and trying to get Emo-Klore done, which is a lot easier said than done. Yeah, we've been going for about 3 hours now. My throat fucking feels it. Yeah. As for the JP multiclassing, Japan likes having its characters be very front-loaded, with a lot of options, but those options are also very simplistic. They like puzzle pieces. They like things that fit together nicely. They like the idea of saying, hey, I want to be a fighter cleric. Okay, there are rules for being a fighter cleric. If you are a fighter cleric, it does this and this. They're usually separate things. That's the thing. They're usually very separate things. But you can click them together just fine. It's very nice. And one of the big things as well is Sword World actually is very popular there. Sword World is an insanely popular game, and that's one of Sword World's main gimmicks, is that you can kind of mix and match classes very easily. Yeah, honestly, precision isn't that bad, and I appreciate the bluntness of it. That is Japanese, that's JTRPGs in a nutshell. Precision and bluntness. Like, Sword World is like there are 3 450-page books for Sword World. 3 of them. But if you honestly cut things down to just its basic rules, probably it'd be about 150 pages. And that's with still examples. But they want you to go through every single detailed explanation for it twice. Hey, you can now buy items. They give you an example of how to buy items. Not, hey, what items you can buy. No, the fact that they give you a page dedicated to the example characters making purchase decisions to make sure that you understand that you can spend your imaginary gold to buy equipment at first level. That's just a thing. Because it wants you to be very precise, it wants you to be very blunt. And none of this loosey-goosey bullshit. I'm fascinated by JTRPGs. I love them. I think they are very interesting. Yeah, exactly. People run away when I see the thickness of Goblin Slayer, but most of the book is just skill, magic, and items. It's, yeah, or like U.S. military manuals given to privates, to a degree. Like, a vast majority of, like, Goblins, I have Goblin Slayer on my shelf, actually. It's a big, thick-ass book. Massive fucking book. But if you really open it up, it's like, roll 2d6 for this. Here's 4 examples of how to do this. Hey, here is a detailed breakdown of, like, every skill and every magic ability and every item, because we want to make sure that you are safe. That was like one of my big things actually in the video about Goblin Slayer, which was, hey, we want to make sure it wants to make sure that you are happy, and it smothers you. Yeah, like a lot of these books also have replays in them too. Like that's kind of a kind of one thing as well. They also have replays, which is again like a picture like about a 2-page, like picture like a chapter, like maybe a 2-3 chapter long book, like a little short story written out as if it was a game being played, and they'll go through every single check too. There's a few of the translated RPGs do have replays available, and in Japan there's actually quite a few of them that are just sold as books. Like, you can legitimately just go to a bookstore and buy a replay. That was kind of like one of the interesting things with Emo-Klore here, actually, is it's very popular on Booth, which is kind of like one of their indie sites, for a lot of scenarios. And I know for a fact, I think there's at least 2 like replay books out of Emo-Klore run-throughs. Yeah, a lot of the game can be absorbed through a replay. A lot of the game and the interactions between people, it's actually kind of funny. I went through the Muv-Love one, and like the Muv-Love one is hilarious because they'll put in like the side notes of like, we fucked up here, we didn't do this right, or we changed this rule because we just wanted to do something different real fast. Some people only read replay and not play. Like, yeah, I mean, just think about it like this, Cynthia, is you're a Japanese businessman. You can't set aside, you can't set aside 4 hours on the weekend to do this shit. You got drinking parties, you got shit you gotta do, you got kids, but you can buy a book and read it on the train pretty easily. It's living vicariously, and that's a pretty big thing. That's fine. But yeah, I don't really bother to translate the replays. Kids monk ass. Hey, Japanese birth rate has improved. It is now improved. Don't forget. Oh yeah, no, the Goblin Slayer book, it's funny actually, like having a PDF copy, you can see things really nicely, but actually like holding it in your hand and like looking at it like a very physical book, it's a very like well put together book. Improved because NTR, have no fear. Fat ugly bastards making sure Japan's birth rate skyrockets. Have no fear. It's my time, boys. It's Notepad Anon's time. I will save the Japanese birth rate. Let's see. I am Shinzo's strongest warrior. Deviation, resonance lux. The human limit of resonance is 9. Resonance 10. Resonator deviates. Resonator deviates. When resonant person deviates, he or she can no longer maintain consciousness as a human being, as the oddity. Yeah, this is one of those really weird mechanics in this game, which is, and one of those like fascinating bits that I like actually is you have the skill system in this game is, I'm gonna bring up this just to, is effectively a, pretty much like your attribute plus skill sets a value, and it's a D10 roll under, effectively, dependent on I believe it's your skill level. So for example, like we scroll all the way up here, for example, we want to do like let's say we want to make an art check. We've got 2 levels in art, and we're going to be making let's say it's dexterity, and let's say our skill for art and the total of it is like 7. We're going to take 2 D10s and just roll and see if we roll under 7. I scored 2 successes. We did very good. Good job, team. The interesting thing with the resonance skill, though, is that it treats it as a skill. It builds up slowly throughout the scenario. And anytime there's like a monstrous thing, instead of having like sanity that decreases or a doom counter or whatever, what happens is you're going to keep rolling. You're going to be rolling a skill check under your resonance skill. And sometimes you're going to be rolling 3 or 4 dice. The more successes you roll, the more problems erupt. And that's kind of I find that really interesting. You want to fail those resonance skill checks because the monster's getting to you. It's a unique way of actually handling it. I wasn't very sure at first, but it kind of works. And I'm gonna put a fucking here real fast. The original term used was become an invalid. Doesn't become an invalid. I made the executive choice to change that. There we go. The original term was become an invalid. That didn't seem quite right. The deviant resonator leaves the hand of the PL and becomes an NPC. Lost by deviation. Lower resonators that remain deviant at the end of the scenario will lose characters cannot be used for subsequent sessions. State of deviance during a session only means returning from a state of deviance during a session is usually when reverberation. See below. However, some scenarios may indicate recovery from deviation. Wastegate. Can I use unless unless certain situations occur or the resonator can fight back. There we go. Deviation in power of the oddity. And may look a powerful decision can be made by humans and maybe look how to use deviance. There we go. Pretty simple. Go team. Resonance judgment. Depending on the strength of the enemy, My name is Captain Torres, and I believe. Let's see. Stop giving me your horniest housewives, but you are my strongest ugly bastard. Yeah, get out of here. Rest up. Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know if it is like a term in Japanese that's better than what it is, and there's just no equivalent in English, or if they literally were just like, yeah, you die, you just become invalid. I was like, I think it's kind of like the idea, like you lose your sanity, you go bananas or whatever, because that's kind of like what the idea is you go bananas, or you go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I felt a direct influence from the oddity. Cause yeah, it's like, yeah, something has clearly gone wrong. I'm like, I understand, but I was interfaced with by a oddity. I was interfaced, disturbed by a oddity, by the oddity. Countering the monster itself, countering the oddity itself. Yeah, because like the entire idea is like it's supposed to be like this is a horrifying event because something has like shown up to eat your dick or something. It's just like, oh, well, this is awful. Like this is terrible. I don't want this to happen. Oh no! Like, oh no! It's the penis eating monster. What do I do? It's like, well, I hate to break it to you. Resonance, emotion, yearning, ideal. And the scenario resonance judgment shown as the following format. To quote a funny Asian internet man, emotional damage. Yeah, I'm not fucking with you when that is the literal way this goes. It is legitimately emotional damage. Resonance judgment. Everything that sounds like a Yakuza move. Resonance judgment. Kiryu, what are you doing? Kiryu, no. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You know, I mean, come on. Mr. Kazuma, what are you doing? I'm sorry I didn't draw those horse. I didn't draw a horse girl porn. Please. Please don't beat me. See, that's my favorite part of the Yakuza franchise, when, you know, Kazuma Kiryu just beat the fucking shit out of a guy, you know, Nataku drawing horse porn. Ah, good times. The intensity of the oddity. And I do sure love it that, because we have to deal with that next time, everybody. In a place where the influence of the oddity remains. Don't worry, we can rely on Manly for that one. Why can we rely on Manly for that one? Because he is our strongest Cossack. He has a connection to the horses. He understands. The infinite resonance skill level increase when they succeed. The only degree of erosion by the oddity. Emotional damage. Succeed determined at the judgment of the resonance target is eroded. And becomes more susceptible to the influence of resonance. Of infinite resonance. Increase of is increased by the amount of the increase. Is increased by the amount of the rise value. If the success rate of the resonance judgment is high, the increase of the value does not change. Yeah, like there is a chance you will be rolling like 4 or 5D fucking 10s against like a score of like 6 and be like, hey, sorry everybody, you just don't get to have fun. Like approximate rise in value. Like you are not going to have fun. Yeah, it's like usually they even say it's like, oh, it's just 1, because remember, everything starts at 1. You effectively, this can happen to you 8 times in a scenario. Hey Notepad, how do you make good guys as scary and cool as the bad guys in the TTRPG? It really kind of depends on approach. That's like kind of one of the infinite problems I notice a lot is bad guys will always look way fucking cooler than the good guys. But the good guys, here's the thing, the good guys are the people we can like more reasonably connect with. Being like, oh, well, this guy's fighting for freedom. Like, obviously, I feel more of an emotional connection to this guy because he's doing the good thing and good people are good. And it's like, all right, understandable. But like the bad guys are like, let me walk up in my fucking like drip, and it's like, oh, well, I feel inferior now. He does not look nearly as cool as I do. Like, fuck. So to make them like as cool, it gets a little bit harder. It's kind of a hard, like scary though. That's if you're going under that angle, you want to do something. Honest to God, I would consult something like Highlander in that regard, because like Highlander, like all the characters in Highlander are fucking horrifying if you think about it. Like they are just weird, scary motherfuckers because they've lived so long. They're kind of not necessarily like emotionally dead, but they've just been alive for so long that the way they view things is very strange. And you know, when Highlander the movie, yes, and you know, you have villains and you have heroes, and like that final fight is like, here's a hero and a villain who are pretty equal in fighting prowess, but he's the hero because he gives a shit about people. He is a genuinely, you know, cool guy, but I wouldn't want to fight him in a fucking alley. You can't think cool or scary by making them good as in they're trying to, yeah. It's kind of like one of those hard things, like bad guys will always look infinitely fucking cooler, because that's just how they've got the drip. That's the point. I wonder if I can find like a good picture of like Ministry Rune. Wonder, can I get a good, yeah, you get people like this. This is the Ministry of Ascension from fucking Arun. Like, they are the coolest looking motherfuckers. They're clearly like not good people, but like, come the fuck on. He looks dripped the hell out. Like he's ready to fuck. And I'm like, holy shit, he's so cool. Oh my god, he's so cool. But then you look at our guys like, oh, that's not nearly as cool. But it's like, oh, they're plucky losers like me. I'm a plucky loser. Like, oh my god, he's so cool. Welcome to the infinite problem of dealing with looking cool and having like the right number of things. Resonant person's emotions and target's emotions match. The resonant person will be affected more easily. This is called emotion matching. 83. Resonant sentiment of. So if there is a match of emotion, there is a match and emotion matching, the number of die rolls of resonance decision is increased. Well, there are two types of emotion matching patterns that increase the number of dice. Exact match, you double the number, which is really fucking bad. Which is attribute match, number of dice plus 1. Desire appeal of the resonant emotion roots of the person. And yeah, generally speaking, if you are like very close to being with one another, you're not going to have a fun time. Confirm the emotion matching relevant PIs. Be able to view the resonance emotions. Resonance emotions or any resonators at the time. You better check the scenario and character sheet before the session begins. Weird like resonance judgment strength guidelines. I'm gonna do this, and we are very tactically going to be doing a gamer move, because this isn't technically like the next bit here is going to be a little bit wonky because it's not like fully perfect. The monsters calamity level mutation, right? It's so powerful to force us to rewrite our emotions. Owner of resonant emotion. From vindictive, I can feel the presence of the strange in this vicinity. The power of the oddity. Odie, it's the Odie. Odie, what are you doing there, Odie? It's me, Garfield. The power of the oddity is strong. I can feel the presence of the oddity in the vicinity. This is very strong. The empathy is high. It's high. I have strong empathy for the person whom I have resonance. Power of the oddity is relatively weak. Trace of powerful mutant, powerful oddity that once existed here. Some empathy for the owner of the resonant emotion. Of the oddity. Technically, like, all of these are the same. They're referring to the same thing. It just translates kind of weird. Dice bonus for resonance judgment. Resonator setting, roleplay, willing to sympathize with the oddity. Yeah, generally speaking, like, they're spooky, don't deal with them unless you must, because they want to eat your ass, pretty much. They want to they are still spooky ghosts that do spooky ghost things for spooky ghost reasons. Can you play this as Scooby-Doo? Yes, you can technically play this as Scooby-Doo. And that's the funniest part. Bad guy scythes his weapon, wears certain armor filled with spikes, feeds on blood or something. Good guys, man with sword and shield. Also give you good guys bad character traits. This will make them Jesus Christ but anime. Yeah, pretty much. Zoinks goo, we got an emotion our folklore. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Can you play Shaggy resonating the fuck out of anime? Yes, you damn well can. We can do anime Scooby-Doo. I wonder, is anime Scooby-Doo? Anime Scooby-Doo has to be a thing. Anime Scooby-Doo. I know for a fact it's a thing. Not Scoob. Yeah, there we go. There's anime Scooby-Doo. We all like anime Scooby-Doo. Everybody laugh at anime Scooby-Doo. It's funny. And there's so much Scoob. I would watch 90s anime Scooby-Doo. Like, see right here? This is something I could get behind. I understand this. That is a main character, Fred. I can understand. There is no lights on over there. Not a single light is on in those eyes. That is a Fred I can understand. Why is there so much? So much anime Scooby-Doo. Oh, don't worry, everybody. We have our favorite Velma. We all love Velma, don't we, guys? We're Velma gaming over here. Bungo Stray Dogs is just anime Scooby-Doo. Yeah, welcome to you never knew you did. You never knew you needed this, but you don't. You don't need it. That's the best part. Determine the howling response, the howling reaction. Responds the best way to spirit body of the resonator, rejects, tunes, and understands, accepts the howling. This current resonator is either of following two ways. You know, I'm gonna put this in here being like, these are fucking options, like the resonance card. I'm not gonna translate these. Like we're just gonna put this right here casually. Like, I'm not translating these. Like, these are the these are the cards. They are optional. Do not worry about them. Yeah, just like, yeah, you can technically use it this way. I'm not going to translate the cards because there's a fuck ton of them. And I am going to lose my shit if I try that. I will just lose my shit and I will die. I will be a dead man. And as a dead man, I'm not as valuable to my loyal fans being literally just a corpse. Because being dead is bad. This is the main way. We want to do that. We want that. Please do this. General lore type, body, oddity. We have a terrible horrors come and nailed me to the spot. Amazing fact, I came with a tremendous sense of reality. God. Oddity, the affinity with the oddity. Target. Oh, what additional resonant emotion? Extreme bloated anxiety and delusion make it difficult to perceive reality. You're gonna betray me anyway. Can't betray me, I'll betray you first. Under the influence of the oddity, you'll become invisible and unnoticeable. Look, there you are. Oh no. Jinkies, my eyes are dizzy. Yeah, these are really fucking lame. But it's better than me having to translate legitimately over like 70 fucking cards. I'm like, haha, how about nah? How about we don't do that? Can we fit everything? And unique oddities. Unique oddities. If you want to create a unique oddity group. Let's see. Generic table divided in oddity. Oddity types. We can create a exact table. 70 types of howling reactions. Yes, there are 70 fucking cards. I am not translating them. Why aren't you going to translate them? Because I am not insane. I will feel sad if I try that. It'll be nothing but pain. We want you, and let's check the people are wanting to pay. People are trying to pay. Cool. Okay, so we're gonna hit the add button. Good job, team. What will be your next DUWANG? Okay, let's see. Scooby-Doo X Persona would be based as fuck. Let fan service poggers. I'd watch the hell out of it. You can resonate to unlock Ultra Instinct. Velma Stare. Velma was a psyop to make people stop being so horny for Velma and take the Daphne pill. What are we, some kind of emo-clores? That is the technical term. Thank you very much, Siska. Fuck off, Chads. We will breed the nerd instead of Kumbait. Let's see. What will be your next DUWANG? The Ume Muzume Pretty Derby RPG. Horse Girl Yakuza bait. Daphne isn't even Kume. She's just a spirited choice. Oh, this is Bogger. No bad might get angry from Japanese gentlemen. People latch on to Velma because she saw her as more attainable. A high-level debate. I want to play Horse Girl and give a concert after winning the race. Yes, and you will enjoy the cards doing it. I own you now. Two can play at this game. You are insane, Notepad. You just spent $1,500, you fool. And now I have to watch an ad for a cover girl mascara. Just not that insane yet. Yeah, welcome to see, this is the beautiful thing, is that like giving everybody money, it just enables people. I can just endlessly show people ads because you people are buying them. That's the best part. People said I was insane, you know, it's like, no, Pat, that'll never work. People won't do that. People aren't silly unless, like, you want to make a wild bet. Of course people will force others to watch mascara ads as, you know, of course, why wouldn't they? I don't think you quite understand the power of just pettiness. Okay, now we get all the fucking judgment mutation during. Okay, so no. So this is where I'm going to put all the things here. Yeah, that works, and then release of possession. Now we get to go. Okay, no, we gotta go for this one first. The handling of possession. Back to you. Gotta make sure that you're okay. Be emotional of the emotional continuum. All right, so let's we've got all of these are fine. We're going to select the oddity here because it's gonna be important. Okay, we need to immediately get rid of you. Buy a oddity. The oddity tries to possess a resonator. Special judgment. Okay, judgment is called a possession judgment. Capital P, capital J. Methods of possession. Possession, the possession judgment. is indicated in the following format. So we do this, we do this, we do this. This is intensity 8, intensity 8, infinite resonance, emotion, longing, ideal. 2 points of intensity and resonance emotion are described. In the case of particular powerful oddity, you may state the value in. Oh no. That judgment possession is the judgment of possession is quite the judgment of resonance using resonance scale. Possession judgment is similar to a resonance judgment, but there are some differences. So this resonance judgment is increased by 1, regardless of whether or not the judgment is by the attempt to possess. Increased by just the attempt to. Level of resonance is increased just by the oddity. Attempt to possess the judged by the oddities. Attempt to possess resonator. And no extreme resonance. That means no howling reaction. No howling. Occurs condition for the possession. Number of successes of possession judgment. Possession judgment is more than the resonator spirit. Judgment is made by ego and fails. Both conditions when to satisfy the resonator becomes possessed. Possession judgment, the resonator. She surrenders his mind. She immediately enters possession state. There's a wide variety of mutations. Possess the resonant. Once the resonators deviate, some can possess the resonators without judgment if special conditions of possession are met. Let me add dice bonuses to possession to grant power. Such characteristics of each oddity. Each oddity and scenario specification precedence over the possession judgment rules. Mutation during possession. Oddity to another. In the dictionary of. I'm going to put a note here for myself because there's actually a very specific term for it. Comment. Notepad, fix this, please. Mutation at the time of possession section indicates. No more ads. We can't keep running ads. I think Twitch might have its own algorithm. Isn't aware of my marketing idea. Yes, Twitch does in fact have its own marketing IDs. You'll eat granola bars and you will enjoy it. If the resonance gets too high, it sets off the resonance cascade. See the resonance cascade, let alone create one. Mr. Freeman. Mr. Manley. I'm gonna have a bunch of notes that say I have to fix this, but I want to die. Instructions unclear. Run ad. Okay, people want me to stretch. Okay, 3, 2. Oh god, that's not how my back's supposed to go. Mr. Manley. What a lovely sight. Yeah, you don't. None of you know of the fucking epic Half-Life retelling that's occurring in the other server. Let's see. Do we have any? Like again, just the excessive amount. Like the gradual increase in the storyline. The level of edge versus good, like a paladin has skulls of deep around his waist, like a belt while holding a banner that shines like the sun. To me, that's like, that could be a little bit edgy depending on how you like play it, kind of thing. If he like shows up with like a fucking guitar and be like, I'm going to kill every demon here. Dun, 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 dun. Oh no. Dun, 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 dun. Like, that's spooky. Like, I'm like, we're fucked. Like, okay, he's going to fuck our day up. But he's just like, I'm the shining hero of justice. And I'm like, okay, I'm not really scared of you. I'm like, I don't want to fuck with you, but I'm like, okay, we're good. No one's a demon worshiper, right? Okay, cool, we're good. My two mirror mod last night fucked me up. I didn't know say anything about it because people were talking about an earthquake. Yeah, the Turkey earthquake. Yeah, that's fucking bad too. That's a really bad one. Shit's been whack. I thought YouTube only had ads on mobile. Not the thing is, it doesn't get them often. But I believe it is on a fault line. It is on a fault line. Okay, let's it's waking up. Oh no, mutation of the possession. Here's some types of mutations. NPCing. Like, the first thing is, like, NPCing. You just become an NPC. You legitimately start drinking Soylent. The resonator's body, opinion scenario ends, it will be lost. The monster. The oddity can really handle the resonator's body, though. Oh no. Action turn by the end, role plays the action of the body, acting on their own. Possession is released, the resonator. The resonator's ego is absorbed by the oddity. The consciousness of the resonator is swallowed by the ego of the oddity. But the strong feeling of the resonator may still remain. May still reflect his or her actions. Oh yeah, swallow me. Yeah, like, that's one of those things. It's like, I don't understand people who are like, yeah, swallow me, giantess lady. I don't get it. Like, out of every fetish in this beautiful world of ours, you had to choose that one. Like, okay, there's a line. There are certain lines that cannot be crossed, and you've crossed them. Take precedence when some cases resonators will maybe reflect in some extent. When the oddity flows into the resonator, they can withstand body waters of emotion. Use the oddity's abilities and knowledge. Oh no! Release of possession. Whether or not there's a way to release possession or not is first place depends on the oddity and the scenario. When the oddity has achieved its goals, when possessed body is destroyed or simply gets tired of the resonator's body, possession may be lifted. If the oddity in your scenario is possession type, place possession target. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, kind of mutation and the monster. Oh no. Snake, I need help. When the oddity is control of the body, possession is released, and what condition PL cannot use the resonator due to possession. Please, this is one of my favorite bits. Like, please don't be a dick. Please don't be a complete cockmongler to your players. Please, we're begging you. The oddities affects people's emotions, in some cases distort their feelings or even instill new emotions in them. This change in emotion is the story. It may be stressful to think. Stressful to PLs when a resonator player is suddenly given an emotion he or she did not intend to have, or when the original emotion is distorted into an unwanted form, the PL may feel confused and evasive. Change. Why are they enjoying the emotional state? Is it stressful? We can hope DLs will take this into consideration when creating stories. Generally speaking, it's the please don't be a dick and fuck with your players. Please don't. Like, we're begging you. Please do not, like, harm your players. They're good people. Such clear rewards. So we don't need reverberation is such a clear reward for Emo-Klore TRPG. If the resonator returns alive without death or deviation, the resonator will receive reverberation as a session clear as a reward. The reverberation is a kind of remnant or fragment of the resonance that was received during the story, even if the oddity is gone. Even if the oddity is gone. Oddity. It's an Otacon. Otacon, I need help. Otacon. What's this anime? I don't understand. Otacon. Let's see. First arc of the story, real Athena is being hunted down by saints that should protect her because the imposter was put in her place. Man who wrote 2 Monster Girls RPGs baffled by Vor. I didn't write no girl in either of my any of my Monster Girl RPGs does Vor. I don't know if you know. From the Pope, that's what they must do. They all do it by a different rationale as well. By the way, you plan on covering Veil Riders when it comes out. Yes, I do plan on covering Veil Riders when it comes out, because it's written by Guardbro, even though apparently he has some weird connections to Neckbeardia. And Neckbeardia is one of those interesting people that are... I don't know. I don't know how I genuinely do not know how I feel about Neckbeardia, because he pulled the shit with Night Shift. That was a little bit weird on him, and it was like, what you doing over there, brother? What are you doing? Step bro, what are you doing, brother? Comrade, what are you doing? Well, those are our friends. Those are our comrades. What are you doing? Yeah, it was a little bit weird in that regard. Probably like not really the thing that I was like, all right, okay, buddy. I can't stop you from doing this. I think it's a little weird, but I've never encountered anything bad with the guard, bro. You can argue that maybe he's a little cringe for doing the whole 9 yards on things, but it's like, I'm okay with it. Okay, cool. That is 55 pages. So if we hit this, okay, now we get to do the fun part. So, okay, everything has been transferred over. Everything is good here. What I'm going to do is we're going to select this, Control C, Control V, Control this, go this, infinite resonance. Okay, so we need to do this, place all. Easy enough. Then we're going to copy C, copy V, get rid of you, get rid of you. We just need to do this, place all with just the infinite resonance symbol. Easy enough to understand. Cool. Awesome. We did it. Next we do resonance. We're going to start from the top, I think. We're just going to start from the top. Oh, Jesus. I mean, how much... Because I would like to remove all the fucking quotation marks. Because I don't usually like the quotation marks because I think they look bad. But I might do that just later. We need to find, actually, it's the Kaiju Iten Dictionary of Oddities. We go up here to the Dictionary of Oddities. Here to the Kaiju 10 Dictionary of Oddities. Asian kind of possession. Okay. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be very productive. And this again, just to make sure everything is good. What do I do? So how do I want to do this? I guess we're going to make a worldview. Not this. We would want to make, if we go all the way back up here, just to make sure. We want to make it. I'm going to make a player section appendix. We're going to go all the way back down here. What we're going to do. Kaiju Jiten Dictionary of Oddities. Kaiju Jiten. We're going to do one Kaiju 10 Dictionary of Oddities. Kaiju Jiten selected. Selected. Where's selected Odysseys. So we don't need to see a lolly anymore. We don't need to see the lollies. Don't need to see them. We need to find Kaiju Jiten Kaiju 10. We need to find technically nice. We just okay. Weird Chronicle. Wow, cool. I'm a fucking genius. Go Notepad. Evil the prophetic beast. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to select this Wowie Zowie prophetic beast. Fish shrine monsters called prophetic beasts. So we're gonna go all the way here. Here we should go all the way back to the bottom, and we're going to do this real fast. Technically, if you want size, we're gonna do the Kaiju Oddities. Creator Prime. This we do. This. And then motions. We should we'll make you headed to these are going to be real fast, fucking dirty. Select you. Actually, not you, because you got Furigana, and I hate fucking Furigana. You. Congratulations, you're being selected. What are you? Golem autonomous operating puppets. Ooh, wow. I like golems. Golems are cool. We're gonna put you right there. We're gonna Mud dolls, according to the old Jewish legend, the golem can be brought to life by running the Lord Emeth, resonant emotions, have no fears, Jew gaming, Babala gaming, resonance sharp, general resonance chart, casual type. What it's talking about, like the general, it's like, oh, we'll use this resonance chart or something. When it's talking about that, it's talking about the fucking cards. We're not using that. Possess them. However, if a golem with an ego exists in modern sophisticated, it may take control of human. Yeah, we are doing this kind of fast and dirty, but that is okay with the Note Man. Wow, you look awful. I guess let's do a complicated one and give everybody a good idea of what the hell these things are all about. What are you? Shoggoth. Ah, of course, the Shoggoth. How could I forget such a classic Japanese mythological creature? The Shoggoth. I mean, that would be really wacky if I just forgot about that, you know. Let's see. Are you going to directly link the Morkborg Twitter account to your video tomorrow? Maybe. Guardbro? Guardbro is... He was on TG for a while. He's a pretty good guy. Wrote a few things. It was mostly just a bunch of random table. Night Shift is a whole system. Yeah, Night Shift is the whole system attached, rather project with a bunch of tables while the TG made. Yeah, I never found anything offensive regarding neckbeardy, but I haven't been paying attention all that much. Quotation. What? So you don't like quotation marks, Notepad? This quotation does emotional damage. Remember what's on screen? Is this 2 instances of Chrome, each with 3+ tabs? Yes, this is legitimately 2 instances of Chrome. Because this is the translated section, is the compilation section. This is the untranslated section over here. Welcome aboard. We're gonna have to do this. Rebel to the creators, jetpack. Yeah, it's like, hey everybody, you have Shoggoths. Like, wow, spooky. Oh no, everybody. Insert table 1. Then we do insert table. I'm doing this really a lot faster than I normally would. I'm doing this a lot faster than I normally would for the simple fact of I want to just get a few example monsters in here so people kind of know what's going on. Regulation, yeah, they attack at a time. Because this is like, the best way to think about this particular section is like, we just need something quick and dirty just to give, like, this is the monster section. For goodness. Unique resonance table. There's a unique resonance table. Of course there's a resonance table. Going to do this. We're going to do, if I just post it like this. We just Control C. Got it. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Oh, Lord Almighty. Alright. Okie dokie, gamers. Let's do this. Table, black on black. Keep it at 0.5. Keep everything like that. Alright, Ramblers. Let's get rambling. Alright, Ramblers. Let's get rambling. Dun 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 dun. We do that. What do you... Strange auditory hallucination. Jellification. Jellification, everybody. Are you ready to jellificate? I never knew jellification was a word. The budding of the rebellion is... Maybe we put you like right there. Sprouts of rebellion. Sprouts of rebellion. Hell yeah. Jellification. That's my new word now. I believe we should all have no fear, everybody. Are you ready for jellification? It worked. Insight into madness. Yeah. Oh, no. Control Z. Go back. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it's kind of horrifying, disturbing. Player succeeds, and if fails to succeed out of the ego decision, he or she gets present emotion insanity wound. Continue about this. Yeah, fighting a Shogoth is you're going into the sadness place. Turns into jelly-like slime. Jellified power will gradually expand. Current level of resonance time 10% of the body tissue is turned into jelly. Yeah, if you get a howling emotion with these guys, they're gonna fuck your day up. These guys are gonna make your life miserable. I love it. Strong feeling of rebellion rises against your superiors or anyone who binds you. Strong feeling of wanting to escape control. You can acquire domination relationship. That in no way can go wrong. Let's see. Takale, strange cry of Takale, intense discomfort voice. Level of resonance immediately reduced by 1. Oh, that's kind of cool. You reduce your resonance by 1. You just die faster. You're just dying. Spear's about to go insane. The close being begins to make frightening inside. Immediately, the person makes a judgment of either inside successful. The spirit receives information from the DL. This is the heart of the scenario. The DL decides that specific is given to you. However, the decision may has reached madness by approaching the conflict begins. It is successful. Get information from the DL that touches the core of the scenario. Specifically, information is passed out through the DL. There we go. We do that Shogoth. This creature Shogoth. This would be kind of a service race. Robot created by an extraterrestrial race. Strong affinity with the AI. Service relationship. Mucus. Alright, let's do this. Let me actually read the comments again. Keep calling. Let's see what Troy's up for saying. With his cheating. Why? This is enough workflow. What the hell? I thought my favorite Garbro moment was him admitting to replying to himself and calling himself a stir up controversy. Yeah, Garbro is Garbro and Neckbeardy are both fairly interesting creatures, and I will not start shit because I am not big enough to start shit properly. Remember that, kids. I am not up there yet. I am not powerful. I will continue with my jellification procedures. Thank you very much. We do actually, if we want to do this, right? Let's do. Jellif a fucking. So, how do we want to stray? Actually, if we want to make this really, really nice, here's what we can. 1, 2, 3. Strange auditory nation. Like, there's a bunch of these, by the way. There's quite a few of these. There aren't just like 2 or 3. Like, there are quite a few. I'm posting 3 of them because I'm like, I don't really want to do the rest. Strange auditory, sprouts of rebellion. Oh, Jesus. No, we do this, we do this, we do. Are you... I wonder. Single. 1.5 single. Why are you so far up there? Why? I don't get what's going on here. Unless, maybe if we, What am I thinking of? What am I looking at here? Why are the tables like this? How do I make the tables less awful? Alignment, middle, center. Nope, not that. That's definitely it. Add space after paragraph. Remove space after paragraph. Space before paragraph. Remove space before paragraph. Prevent single lines. Keep with next. Turn off keep with next. Keep lines together. Turn off keep lines. Turn on this. Custom spacing. Line spacing 0.06. What happens by that's not correct. Man, I love Google Docs tables. I love them so much. You have no idea how much I adore Google Docs tables sometimes. Of how they can suddenly, for no reason at all, just break. I have no idea. You know what? Maybe if I do... Okay, so new plan. New plan, everybody. New plan. This... We get rid of this entire table here. Insert a new table. Make it 3. 1, 2. Immersion, jellification, because jellification's a fucking word, and I love it. That's my new word now, by the way. I'm gonna try somewhere in life to add the term jellification to something, just to say that. I mean, like, hey man, have you used the word jellification before? I never have. I'm obsessed. There we go. I don't know why this works suddenly, but fuck me, I guess. Let's see. Oh no. Which causes additional inspiration, and we need our effect. If successful, get information, touches on the core of what the GM is fucking on about. However, if you see the value of your resonance is above 8. Where's the infinite resonance? Infinite resonance. Yes, sorry if I'm not responding to people. I'm in the literal fucking danger zone right now. I'm hyper focused because that's what happens. Can we do this? Can we bump? We shrink you down. We do this. We then do this, and we got it nice and small. There we go. Poggers, we've done it, everybody. We have pogged out. Is Emo-Klore done technically? Yeah, I think Emo-Klore is done. At some point you have long enough subs to start ship. Use it as a springboard. Also, by the way, AJ Picker is apparently releasing his Supers RPG entirely in YouTube video form. In other words, it might die when it gets taken over by Indian Bitcoin scammers. Oh god. AJ Picker entirely as a See, this is the beautiful thing with that is what you would effectively have to do is like redo. How would you even, like, why would you even do that? Like, I've actually debated, people like, you should do shorts. I'm like, I've been like debating on like, how do I do shorts properly? Like, how do I business max my shorts to make them better or whatever? And I've debated on like, do I just like talk about my own games maybe? Like maybe that would be like the good idea. Like, this is how this works and stuff. And I'm like, I guess you could do something like that. I mean, if you want to be really cursed, I guess you could try to do something like that. But yes, I believe this is pretty much, I believe the Emo-Klore RPG is effectively done. I say effectively done. That's going to be is I will probably have to go through here and just do like editing work, but editing work isn't very difficult. It just takes time. Is this going to be me like double checking? Like, did I put intelligence down or is something like attractive? I just forgot about it. Yeah, but yeah, Emo-Klore has been successfully DUWANGed. Good job, team. We did it. We DUWANGed. Just have videos where you talk about nothing. You mean every single one of my streams? Welcome to the Notepad add-on streaming experience. I'm like Seinfeld with tabletop games. But yeah. Oh god, let me stretch a little bit. Oofy ooey, zooey dooey. Yes, Emo-Klore is finished. Good job, team. Yeah, but like, what, are you implying my 4-hour conversation about nothing wasn't appealing to you? Ethical? Come on. Let's see. Good news. Emo-Klore is done. Things went pretty... Oh god. Jesus Christ almighty, my legs are fucked. Generally speaking, everything went pretty smoothly. Probably everything will be out... Probably by the end of the week. That's going to be my goal anyway, to get everything kind of like the PDF out by the end of the week. Ship it around, you know the process. Take questions. What kind of questions? Please tell me about your anti-Semitic beliefs, Notepad. I mean, I do have my little thing down there. You know, ask questions, I will answer. So maybe I should do that, you know, just throw it out there, like... just throw it out there, like, do you have a question? What do you believe is the final solution to the TBT problem? See, and the best part is, I know the exact image I would use for it. Here, give me 1 second, I would just use my one Joe Rogan notepad, and that's all I would do. That would be it. Just like Joe Rogan notepad with his fucking cat ears. That's what I would just hope you know. Let's see. Are we good? Yeah, we're gaming. Yeah, it's good. But let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting planned? No. Tomorrow we have the Cyborg video coming out. Fun fact about Cyborg video is I do mention another video of mine. Cyborg just makes me mad. Like, here's a secret, and I can do this because it's 4 hours fucking later. The actual review of Cyborg is only about 2 minutes. It's a very short review because I have legitimately nothing to say. It is funny though. Someone actually did comment. I'll bring up the comment because I find it funny. I find this an amusing comment. Don't be like, find the person and hunt them down to the end of the fucking earth or whatever. Let's find, where are you? I think I already responded to that. I have to Yeah, Square Case will go up soon. That is it. Here, let me find out right here. We go to the comment section. This one, no, yeah, right here. This is one that kind of I legitimately don't understand your issue with Cyborg. You've made a bunch of silly noises after reading things and acted like you've made your point. You're entitled to your opinion, of course. The issue, I don't know what your opinion is, besides you don't like it, and admittedly, I agree with the advance of causing you to lose stat. It's kind of dumb. I did make a point, is, like, right here, this is like my big point about it being like, yeah, everything is just a bunch of small fucking charts. It's roll d20 and clap. That is the summation of the entirety of Cyborg. It's nothing. And I even say, I go over to games, and as a game, Cyborg is silly noises. And... oh, right there. Speaking of comments, I like how one guy responded to my Gorbachev comment with nothing more than West End games. Yeah. Yeah, it's... yeah, there. I like to... I try to respond to, like, every post. Sometimes some of them do get... I will say this, YouTube has been known to eat comments. I don't know why it eats comments, though. You know, kind of like... I try to see everything. A lot of people, you know, we're talking about, a lot of comments on the Sword World case, by the way. A lot. People... yeah, people are doing things. There's one guy in here. These two were actually doing big on the subreddit. I'm like, Redditors. Sorry. Sorry, Redditores. I don't trust you all. Ethical. Yeah, like, a lot of people, a lot of encouragement. West Ham Game's very base. Yeah, Pagan Pilot's a nice guy. But yeah, no, currently a lot of the videos, kind of like while I have you here, Sword World Case did a phenomenally well. I am terrified for when I released that video on it on Friday, though. I am genuinely horrified of the numbers on that. Again, 600, I know people didn't watch the full, like, 4 and, like, almost 5 hour case. I know that much. But, like, the fact that 643 people were like, I'm going to click on the 4-hour video, the 5-hour fucking video to do that. More people clicked on the fucking 5-hour video than the fucking 12-minute one I spent, like, a day and a half working on. God damn it. But yeah, no, it's like, my numbers are terrible, by the way. Like, you're not professional at all. I'm not. One person didn't like the fucking price of free. Spot the communist. Yeah, no, like, most of the videos been doing pretty well. Sword World, the Goblin Slayer video did really well for some reason. Let's see, do we have any more new 1000 Club members? Looks like we got a 2000 Club member. Yeah. Do you like my 64% like ratio on the fucking Fabula Ultima case? That's some... people did not like the Fabula Ultima video, and I find that very funny. Like, none of my videos have perfect ratings. Where's the one? It is funny though, the TSL cases, the TSL video has slowly increased in numbers over the year, over the past like 2 years. I do find that very amusing. Yeah, like, we almost got a new 2K here, and Chronica almost broke 2K, almost. Kaiserreich just broke 3K. It looks like SCP is gonna be breaking 4K here soon. But yeah, a lot of lower numbers, but that kind of comes with the territory, I think. But generally speaking, we're gaming. That's all I can say. We're gaming. But yeah, fuck Cyborg. That's gonna be coming out tomorrow. We're going to do another Theomashi thing tomorrow. A lot more work done on that one, hopefully. Thursday, I'm going to be working on the Sword World video. That one's going to be a bit longer than usual. I'm estimating that's going to be about 6-7 minutes, maybe. Then on Friday, we're going to do another Theomashi. Saturday, we're going to be doing the GDG Roundup. Sunday, we are Gonna, probably nothing on Sunday, to be honest, the way things are going. But yeah, life's good. I'm good. We are all, as they say, gaming. And when's the next DUWANG? Probably not till the end of the month, to be honest. Probably not till the end of the month. Just because DUWANGs take a while to do, and I want to get everything ready for this one. As for what we'll do on Tuesdays and Thursdays, if we have free time, I might play some games, just because I can. Let's see, are we doing anything fun and exciting? Do we have anything fun and exciting? Next week we are going to go over two things, and I am holding someone accountable, holding all of you accountable currently, all of you, my friends, my comrades. 15th, everyone should tell me about noon, or, you know, at any time convenient, ping me on the 15th, ping me early, all of you ping me, saying, put out the game jam, because we're gonna do a game jam on the 15th, and it's gonna run till March 15th. Everyone's gonna get a month. Ethical, you know what it is. You already know what that jam is gonna be. Rest of everybody does not know. Well, they might know, but probably not. So keep gaming, everybody. Hopefully everyone has a lovely rest of the day. I will see you all tomorrow. Godspeed, good luck. I will catch you all on the flip side.